helping small creators grow a larger size. In 2025, promoting the left side. Denims, B and Frogan, Hasanabi and Mike. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
All right, everybody, welcome on into the Central Committee stream with your host Mike from PA. We are live once again. Holy moly, it is. Let me update my sub count, chat. It went up. It went up. It's not 73, it's 7630. That's 7,630 paid members. Holy shit. Thank you, everybody. Welcome on in to the Central Committee stream. Thanks to Ethan Klein, I could afford a tier 3 sub. Hell yeah, brother. Welcome on in. Wow. What a day. Oh, my Lord in heaven. Yesterday, are you guys proud of me? Are you guys proud of me? Like, as soon as I found out that the content cop was going to be about Ethan Klein, I was like, okay, let's just play it cool. Just play it cool. Just play it cool. Oh, it was so awesome. And the funniest part about it is, you know, I just recently met iDubbbz for the first time, and he's a really nice guy. I went to an event for a friend, and we met, and they're really, really nice people. I love, you know, it's one of my favorite things about like this whole situation is I'm kind of like a politics only guy. That's what I care about. That's what I love. That's what I watch. And meeting so many people that they do other creative work, but they still care deeply about this, has given me so much energy and love. And I'm just always so happy when I see my friends succeeding. And I think, you know, I don't want to be presumptuous, but I think I've made, you know, a couple new friends with iDubbbz and Anissa. And, you know, just seeing the success they have, like, look at this, the content nuke on, it's kind of a battle of the internet, right? Like, Ethan Klein took his long dead channel, H3 Productions, he brought it out of mothballs, and he used it to attack Hassan in defense of Israel's genocide, right? And 2 months later, it has 3.3 million views and 227,000 upvotes. That's a pretty big video. That's a pretty big video. The content cop on Ethan Klein after 18 hours, 2.6 million views, 204,000 upvotes. Oh my Lord! So you have 18 hours compared to over 2 months, going toward 3 months, and the content cop on Ethan Klein is about the path. And here's the difference between the two, right? Like, what's really incredible is there is a lot of controversial people in iDubbbz video, right? You know, because we believe in things, right? Hassan believes in shit and advocates for shit, right? What does Ethan Klein believe in? Maximum clout. But yet after over 18, like, so within a day or two or a week or two, this video is going to absolutely pass and annihilate Ethan Klein. And if you go to the comments, these comments are not being regulated. This is a huge day for leftists who were edgy teens in 2017. Since the last content cop, I've gotten 2 degrees and 3 children. Thank you, iDubbbz, for hosting our high school reunion in your comment section. This timeline is so fucked, I wouldn't be surprised if Leafy came back with chin implants. Now this is this is an incredibly positive reception. Why is nobody in the comments talking about the actual content in the video? I feel like I'm going insane. What the fuck? I witnessed the world when the worst person online was Keemstar. Like, the H3 video versus, like, this is all you need to do, right? The content nuke, Hassan Piker, content cop, H3. And after 24 hours, he's about to pass it. With every right-winger, every grifter rushing to Ethan Klein's defense. And still, it ain't it, man. It ain't it, fam. Did you see your H3 bet? Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Like, you know, as I was watching this and I was super like, maybe I'm weird. Can someone explain to me? Maybe I'm weird, right? But when I see my friends in a video, I don't immediately think I should have been in that video. Like when they know someone and I don't, and they're in a video with them, I don't think like I should have been in that video. It's my video. Why not me? Like what? Like what? Also, do you want me to be doing Fortnite dances? It's like what? Like what is this? Okay, it looks like my chatters do. Well, here's the thing. Okay, so for me, it's very disorienting when people are like, you're not in that video. That means they hate you. It's like, what? That's not what it means. That's not what it means at all. You're fucking weird. You're fucking weird. What? And apparently that's what Ethan Klein was. That was Ethan Klein's main reaction was like, I'm just glad Mike's not in the video. Like, what the fuck? So let's get into this because I watched part of it on Hassan's stream, but I haven't really watched the full thing. I would have loved to see his reaction if you weren't, or if I was. I mean, now that they say I should have been in it and the way that H3 reacted, I kind of like want to be in it just to piss Ethan off. The one thing that is like in the internet, maybe it's because I'm from politics, and in politics, you kind of do your own shit, and because other politicians and other political figures, they have slightly different views than you, and you don't necessarily agree on everything. You know, like for example, you know, I'll be quite honest with you. I don't think that you can just pick and choose H3 people that you like. I think, and this is probably one of the disagreements I have with most of the other people that are in the video. I feel like everybody who makes H3 is responsible for the harassment that's going on. You know what I mean? Like, people disagree with me because they have personal friendships with some of the people there, and that's fine. But I disagree with you on this. Like, I don't think it's okay to have people on the show standing. Like, if somebody was being harassed at a thing I was producing, I would be against that. You know, it is what it is. It's called Content Cop H3, which includes all the H3 people. It's not Content Cop Ethan Klein, right? And, you know, it is what it is. I understand that people have long-term friendships and relationships, and so it's going to take some time for that to unwind. And I'm a very blunt person. Did you see this? What's this?
When you say Israel is great and wonderful, and we're going to go visit, we're going to show our kids how wonderful and great it is, while they're actively genociding a people, you are downplaying that genocide.
What they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
Now, for me, I could only imagine what went on when they. So, okay, just so you don't if you don't understand what's going on, let me explain it to you. So, H3 has a button where they can like basically dump the live video to like this thing where it just plays noises and you know, it's like a technical difficulty screen so that they can cut out whatever is being said, right? You know, it has like a 8-second delay or whatever. So they could just button out of it. So if somebody says something and they don't want it to go out, they can hit that button. And for me, you know, AB is saying, you know, in alignment with a criticism of supporting Israel right in this moment, and then he disappears. And this has kind of been my point, right? It's not that I want to attack AB, and you know, and I feel like I've been overheated in the past when I talk about AB. You know, where I've been like, you know, he's selling his people out and things like that, which is a little bit harsh. Okay. But sometimes I get a little bit too blunt. This is, you know, this is my autism. Okay. My autism is I shoot straight. You know, I don't bullshit. I'm not fake. And like a lot of people get value out of being fake. A lot of people like to manipulate others and you know, be Janice and have one face for one group of friends and another face with another group of friends. That's not true of me. Right. I am who I am, and I speak my mind. And, you know, some people it's a little bit intense and they're scared, which is fine. You know, it's fine. I'm not going to be friends with those type of people. And honestly, it's good for me. I don't want to be friends with fake people. Like, you know what I mean? If you're going to manipulate me, then I don't want you around because I don't want to be engaged in that kind of fucking behavior. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is I was very direct on AB, maybe even a little unfair, you know, of just being like, hey, this guy is standing by and he's letting them do genocide apologia, and he's standing by while they attack Muslim creators. He's standing by while they target a small Lebanese creator. It seems to be pretty clearly that his entire career and job are tied up with bowing down. And that's what this button means to me. And it's like, it's easy for me as an independent creator, as somebody who makes my own money, as my own man, as somebody who's not dependent on anyone else, to be like, stand up for what you believe in, because I've created a space where I can do that. You know, I'm not going to get fired. I'm not going to be rendered homeless by sharing my opinion. My opinion is what gives me rent. So it's easier for me to tell other people to do that. But it now seems very clear to me now. It seems clear to me now that AB is being coerced. I mean, it's just that simple, right? That's what that button means to me. And I'm sorry, man. And I really, really hate to see it. AB helped dox a random dude to help Ethan. Yeah, I don't know if he doxed him, but he certainly did share a very small person's like Instagram account with Ethan. So that's pretty malicious in my view. I don't really know what's going on over there. This is just, by the way, chat, this is what happens during genocides, man. Like most people just keep their heads down. You know, it was the same thing in the Holocaust. You know, in the Holocaust, people keep their head down. You know, when Americans were doing the indigenous genocide, if you didn't live on the frontier, you mostly just went about your life, you know, even if you were against it. You know, this is how regular people normally are. People that stand up and fight back, they're the extraordinary ones. He told Ethan where he lived live on air. Oh, I didn't know about that. I didn't know it went that far. Ethan's first reaction.
Well, what happened? There's more bad news?
I do have some more bad news for you. Some breaking news. Your old friend iDubbbz just released a video.
Yeah.
It's about you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God. That is no, it can't be.
Well,
it actually can't be. Holy fuck, dude.
It sure is.
Oh my God.
I think the one thing that I would say to Ethan is, how did you think this was going to go? You think the 5th largest Twitch streamer who's personal friends with congressmen and senators and who is, you know, represents to many young people one of the most important political movements in our entire country is going to just like, what, you're going to make a video on him and it's going to take him down? You thought that you were going to like, you thought you were going to fight the left and it was going to be easy and it was going to be clean and you're going to like be able to get away with it. You thought that you were going to call us anti-Semitic and it was going to be over then? You didn't think very hard. Did you see this banger? Low key, it should be added to the playlist.
To say a kill a billionaire, so don't go saying it. It's illegal to say a kill a billionaire, so don't go saying it. It's okay to say you wish that they'd all go away, but make sure you're saying it in a very legal way.
Taxing the rich. We want to tax the rich.
Something simple as make 'em pay is illegal to say, so don't say it.
Joey Keyboard is like changing my mind about AI art, like right in front of us. Like Joey Keyboard. We love Joey Keyboard. We love Joey Keyboard. Like, here's my feeling about AI art. I go back and forth on it because, like, you know what I would like to see? You know what I would like to see? During the New Deal, one of the things the New Deal did was literally hire artists to create art. Just hire artists. There's not to like create art for a specific thing, but just to create art. Sometimes you were creating murals for public buildings and things, but it was just like create art, record folklore, write poems, record music. I want us to have a department of the arts where people are just paid to make art. And it's like avant-garde art, and it's not politically censored, it's not politically investigated. You make the fucking art. And I would love to see that. Because we need, like, because AI is just going to produce the commercial slop, right? We need the government option to fund art and culture. Where's the AI going to mine? Like, you know, what's the AI going to do? AI reading AI? We need to have, like in the New Deal, a department of art where we just pay artists and poets. It was called the Federal Art Project. The Federal Art Project was a New Deal program to fund the visual arts in the United States under National Director Holger Cahill. It was one of 5 federal project #1 projects sponsored by the Works Project Administration from 1935 to 1943, and then the largest of the New Deal art projects. It was not just it was created not as a cultural activity, but as a relief measure to employ artists and artisans to create murals, easel paintings, sculpture, graphic art, posters, photography, theater, scenic design, arts and crafts. It established more than 100 community art centers throughout the country, researched and documented American design, commissioned a significant body of public art without restriction to content or subject matter, and sustained some 10,000 artists and craft workers during the Great Depression. I would like to see it be 1 million. This isn't the only one. There was also the Public Works of Art project. There was other projects as well. There was it was great. And like, look how many famous artists came out of it. Isn't that crazy? So that's what I want to see. That's kind of my reaction to the AI shit. Like, I feel like the AI shit is a genie out of the bottle. So what we should do is literally have the government just hire artists to create fucking art and make the art they want to make. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, the content cop. Sorry, chat. I start slipping into politics sometimes. All right, let's start this shit. Mike, why is your camera set to F? It isn't? What's going on? Let me look at that.
Like, Elon's not a baby killer. Actually, accusing Ethan of killing his dog is maybe too far, because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group.
Are we good? Are we better?
That anybody who says any fucking thing, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
The clip where Ethan talked about the plushie on Ian's sofa before he saw it, he did was gold. Okay, you need to link me this shit. Don't just describe shit that's cool. Link it and describe it. Like, what the fuck? What do you want me to do? Stop and start searching Ethan talking about plushie? Like, what the fuck are you doing? You're supposed to be a chat. Like, my chat is supposed to be a collaborative space, and here you are just saying cool shit.
Bro, just to give you an idea, he puts this here. This is like a extremely rare dunny that we gave them. This is like ancient lore stuff, but like we made
Well, that's why it's in the video, yeah.
a special one just for them. Like actual friendship stuff. It's pretty nuts.
Oh, he humped it. He humped it. He gave it the business. He gave it the standing thrust. The face. He looks like he's making the face you would make if you walked into a relative having sex. Like, just traumatized and shocked. Like, it just dying inside. It's just a plushie, man. You'll be okay.
Look at the stupid look on his face. Oh my god, dude, it should be illegal for me to have this much fun. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't show my face. I'm having too much fun.
Okay. See? I want these clips. You know, the thing about me is, like, I feel incredibly blessed. Like, I have really great friends. A lot of them were really harmed by Ethan Klein. Like, that's the thing that people don't remember is, like, I wasn't banned for 30 days. You know what I mean? I got banned for 2 days of that I don't normally stream because I made a comment about, you know, I made a joke about Destiny, you know, and they threw me in the content nuke, you know, because I'm an enemy of Destiny. But for the most part, I've just been able to, like, laugh at them and watch them spiral just because I'm laughing at them. They've been spiraling on me so hard. But, like, honestly, I'm a white guy. right? And I'm a large creator. So they give me a lot. Let's be honest. They give me, like, the larger of a creator you are, the more they let you get away with shit. Like, let's be honest. Twitch will also ban you to make an example of you for bullshit reasons. So it goes both ways, right? Like, there isn't some sort of mechanistic application of the rules that applies to the largest Twitch streamers. I think everybody understands this. Some people exploit it for their own benefit. I personally just try to make my own content, and then if I get banned, I'm like, oops, a daisy, shouldn't have done that. But, like, I'm just always so glad to see my friends and colleagues do well, you know? And everything doesn't always have to be about me. This is what's crazy. Like, when I see the way Ethan Klein reacted to the fact that I wasn't in this, I was just like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't need to be in every video my friends are in. Like, what the hell are you talking about? It's crazy. Honestly, I like these clips. Let's watch this, and then we're going to watch some of Ethan's. Let's like, get into the video, because we haven't even pressed play. We have 34 seconds, and we're 45 minutes into the stream. And we'll look at some of these reaction clips later. But keep sending them to me.
What we do here is go back.
Thank you, Mike Aruba, yeah. iDubbbz is a cool guy. So, like, when they came in to make this, not to give I don't want to, like, dox too much shit, but just when they came in to make this, we went to a mutual friends party where there was karaoke, and meeting him in person, I realized that he is a really fucking cool guy. I put on a bunch of new metal because that's what I sing at karaoke. What did I do? What did I sing? I sang what the fuck is this? I'm blanking on the song name, and it's embarrassing. But the point is that hold on. Killing in the Name. Rage Against the Machine. That's what I sang. And it's not technically new metal, but I also sang some new metal songs. Mike is a new metal fan. Of course I was. That's my nostalgic music, because that's what was popular when I was like in my late teens, early 20s. My nostalgic music is like Korn and shit. You know what I mean? Like, my nostalgic music is that. You know, like, obviously. Nirvana, of course. Well, yeah, I like grunge too. Funny doll. Like, but I was younger when grunge was a thing. I was like, you know, elementary school, middle school when grunge was the most popular. I wasn't, I'll be honest with you, chat. I was never the biggest Limp Bizkit fan. I was never a Limp Bizkit. Limp Bizkit was like the band that I didn't really like. Same thing with Linkin Park. I never really liked them. But I mean, I think I had a CD or something of Limp Bizkit. Because they have some bangers. I'm not going to lie. They do have some bangers. Anyway, I just want to say they're really cool. Going back to him fucking the thing real quick. Like, when I say he's cool, he was always going to go this way. Like, iDubbbz was always going to kind of like grow up and go to the left because he fucks. You know what I mean? Like, he's charismatic in person. He's funny. You know, he's gonna date women. You know what I mean? Like, he was always going to like start, you know, getting out of the basement, dating women, getting empathy. You know, this is something that happens to men. Like, when you hit like, you know, your mid-20s to 30s, either you're like over the line if you're a heterosexual man. You're either over the line and there's something about you that's interesting enough to women that you start dating women successfully, or you don't and you fall down the hell. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel like a lot of the people who didn't change since like 2015 or 2005 or whatever or the original content cops, they're the people that didn't make it, right? And those of us who did date people successfully throughout our lives, we kind of changed and went in a different direction. So like you have your Asmongold's, right? Like Asmongold is that's why I love Asmongold representing the right. Like a lot of people have been mad that Asmongold is representing the right. And I don't. I'm like, no, like legitimately, Asmongold is a good representative of the right. He is a good representative of the right. You know, I think somebody like Andrew Tate is a bad representative of the right. You know, how many people are pimps? You know, how many people are sex trafficking people? Even on the right wing, that's pretty rare, you know? But how many right wingers are just basement dwelling, perpetually adolescent 35-year-olds who never shower? That's a lot of the online right. That's a lot of the online right. Like the school shooter vibes. That's what I'm talking about. The never brush your teeth vibes, the surrounded by cockroaches vibes. That's a lot of the right wing. So I think it's fair, and I think it's good that Asmongold is the representative. I think it is actually objectively a good thing, you know? And it is what it is. Like, I think it's bad that we have large people, content creators that support the right wing, but I don't know, newsflash, a lot of people are right wing in this country. So there's going to be large content creators that service that niche. And I'm just glad it's Asmongold over someone who is like charismatic or intelligent. You know what I mean? Like it could be somebody who is charismatic and intelligent. Instead, it's Asmongold. You know, like how many people look at Asmongold and go, yeah, I want to be that guy. You know what I mean? Like it's no one. So anyway, long story short, iDubbbz fucks. He was always going to go to the left. Those people that didn't fuck, you know, they're Asmongold fans now.
What's up, everybody?
I wouldn't mind his financial situation. I probably would pay people to clean my home, though. But that's the point, Fergus, is it's like he's not normal. Like Asmongold doesn't clean his house, right? Like he doesn't shower. He doesn't, you know, make sure that he's not surrounded by mold spores. And a lot of his viewers are just like him. The fact that you would, if you had the money and you were in the same situation, pay people to help you. The fact that you have the executive function and the social wherewithal to do that. Like you have the ability, if you had the money, to pick up a phone to a maid service, talk to another human on the phone without having an anxious breakdown. You have the executive function to say, okay, I would like you to come by next Tuesday at noon. And then you have the like functional ability to like pay them out of the gigantic millionaire bank account that you have. The fact that you could do that makes you different than Asmongold. And in many ways better than Asmongold, right? He can't do that. He physically can't do it. So the fact that you can, even though you don't have his millions, that means that you are not like him. And that's why I like him as the representative of the right. He is a good representative of the right. Just like Hassan is a good representative of the left. Charismatic, cool guy, works out, empathetic to a fault, college educated, hardworking. Like the difference between the like average leftist Hassan, average right winger Asmongold is very clear.
Everybody, I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. I have a very important announcement. I've finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's content nuke, and I'm not going to call it context puke as I normally do because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
The rug keeps moving in the back. I can't stop looking.
Wake
The rug keeps moving in the back, and I can't stop looking at it.
up. Since anyone? Just wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
I'm not gonna do a react content yet, chat.
I'm the same. Nobody's telling you to wake up, Ethan.
Yummy, I love Sabra hummus.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
Holy shit, that's funny. I love it. Hassan said he didn't know that Ian did that to his mic. Oh god. Oh god.
All right. I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan. He's the one who fucking attacked first.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
So go.
God, why he's bouncing like he's on amphetamines. Like, I don't know if Ethan Klein, like, he's manic. You know, I'm just analogizing. I don't know if he uses any drugs or anything, but he just bounces like he's fucking on, he's having a manic episode.
Go fuck yourself.
I agree.
All right, guys, I'm going to tell you a story about Ethan Klein. I know some of you have been following him, but there's a lot of people who might not be familiar with the background, with his podcast, with what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's fucked up. He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his podcast with Hassan, Leftovers, they would mostly talk about surface level progressive shit and make fun of right-wingers.
And you're telling me he didn't flick their dick once at least?
Oh, that's 100 shavers. You trans women. I say, oh.
I mean, can I just say, I know this is an unpopular opinion, but I didn't fuck with Leftovers. I know this is an unpopular opinion, but I didn't fuck with Leftovers. I know this is me being too honest. This is me being too honest again. I watch a lot of Hassan. Too much Hassan. Like, I put Hassan on my third monitor like every day. Like, if I'm puttering around cleaning my house, I put Hassan on. If I'm playing a video game and I don't have a YouTube video or anything I want to watch, I'll throw Hassan on my other monitor. Because I stream a lot of the times he's not live. Hassan is permanently burned into one of my monitors, okay? Like, let's just be honest. I didn't even show you guys my Twitch recap because my number of hours watching Hassan was so high that it was embarrassing and I didn't want to post it. Like, I am known as a friend of Hassan, and some people think I'm a dick rider of Hassan, and my Twitch recap number was so bad that I didn't want to post it because it would have been embarrassing. Like, people would post my Twitch recap number at me as a reply, okay? So I didn't post it for that reason, all right? I watch a lot of Hassan. I'm saying all of this because what I'm saying is I didn't watch Leftovers. I'm preambling all of this to say Leftovers was trash. Fear and amazing. Hassan streams, love them. Leftovers, I talked about this before, but now that the content cop has come out, and I can be even more honest, which is like, if you go to my Twitch tracker, I think they did Leftovers on Wednesdays, right? I think they did, it was on Wednesdays, right? Or is it Thursdays? We go by stream duration, or was it Tuesdays? It was Thursdays? Okay, hold on. If you look at Thursday and you look at 2023, what do you notice about Thursday? Can you tell that this strip is Thursday right here and it's darker? That means I streamed longer. Every single Thursday, I would stream for like 6 to 8 hours because I knew Leftovers was on. My average stream is like 4-5 hours, but on Thursdays, I would stream, see this, 6.9, 6.2, 6.8, 8.4. That's because Leftovers was on. I would consistently stream 2 extra hours because I didn't want to watch Leftovers. And it's in the numbers. Like, I can't fake this. Like, I can't lie. I just never liked Ethan Klein. Like, I'm just being honest. I didn't think he was any good. I thought the show dragged out Hassan's commentary. I thought that he was annoying. And by the way, when Leftovers ended, so did my extra streams. Now my Thursdays are 5 hours again because I could just watch Hassan now. Like, this is in the numbers, factual, irrefutable. This isn't me just hating. This is, I was a Leftovers disliker and I love Hassan streams and I watch them a ton. I mean, I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest.
No!
I think E-Up just deactivated Chief Boris.
And it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would say that Hassan...
Some people say like, oh no, Hassan was just trying to cross-pollinate viewers with Ethan and he didn't really like... No, that's... Guys, Hassan liked Ethan. Like, Hassan likes people. Hassan is a really nice guy. And in some ways, I bet you he still kind of does. He does remember Ethan from the good old days. And you know, he's mostly he doesn't preoccupy himself with haters. You know, he's not a transactional freak. Do you know how many times that Hassan has helped me out for no reason? You know who the nicest 2 people on Twitch are? You want my honest? The nicest 2 people on Twitch are Austin Show and Hassan. This is true. Austin Show and Hassan are the nicest people on Twitch, period. Wow, Caroline shade. Caroline is also nice and is up there. And a bunch of our... This is not shade. I'm just saying, like, they're above and beyond, okay? They're above and beyond. Not a Caroline. It's not a Caroline stuff. I like Caroline. Caroline is super nice, too. She's also in that pantheon, okay? I can't believe you hate... Motherfucker, that's a whole nother sentence. That's a whole nother sentence. Casey Tron. Casey Tron is the realest person on Twitch. Casey Tron is the realest person on Twitch.
Was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Guys, if I show you my pandemic Hassan numbers, will you avoid calling me could I avoid the Dick Rider allegations because it was the pandemic? I was just... Okay, never mind. Okay, I won't show it to you.
Fancy and offended with... Okay, bad.
Never mind.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations says that may be a war crime. It literally is.
I was just eating the toppings, and the pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
It's called comedy. I'm doing jokes. I'm doing jokes. This is called self-deprecating humor. Some of my audience are also neurodivergent like me, so I don't mind explaining them the joke.
I don't know if you can make that joke in 2021.
Why?
It's insensitive to burn victims.
I think it's a good analogy. It's a powerful image.
Ethan was not prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time, is more of the goof guy. And that's fine, you know? We don't expect Ethan to be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where he is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli, she served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer, so this is something they're very keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're gonna call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
So this massive progressive audience that Ethan has, adopted over the years, they're becoming increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online, progressive content creators, Hassan, all of these different people.
Nice,
He's finding
okay.
new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits, and everybody thinks this guy's awesome, apparently. Even though he looks like Millhouse, fucking dork. Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful, fucking... And I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And people... Oh, no? Did I not go there?
And it's all culminated, at least for
See
my...
what I mean? Do you see how the crew reins in him so much? Like, if the crew saves him from himself every fucking day, which is why they're so important to H3. It's like, let him be himself.
Story in Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship. So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way in the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this stupid. It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. And also he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but fucking sometimes you gotta just throw something.
Hassan is evil. Meanwhile, he's citing Sam Hyde. Hassan is evil, but yet then he says Sam Hyde, the violent pedophile Nazi, got to iDubbbz.
I'm out there. I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. And one of those circles is an H3 fan. He watched Ethan's content, he liked Ethan's content, until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not gonna endorse it, I'm not gonna retweet it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just missed my old friend. Some wings are too bird feathered colored.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Ethan, at some point, discovers that iDubbbz's former editor says this horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information. And that would be horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. They should
I'm pretty sure AB was caught doing that. Wasn't AB caught doing that? Like, wasn't AB caught finding someone at, like, Small who said something and sending it to them? Like, I think this is literally shade to AB, isn't it? Here's the thing. A lot of people have been like, oh, Mike is being mean to AB. And it's like, I just don't believe in infantilizing people. I think we're all responsible for our own actions, you know? And, like, I don't know. I'm just not a rad lib. I don't know what to say. I just think you're responsible for what you do. Maybe that is my old school boomer mentality, but like, we're adults.
be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't fucking trigger the hell out of you. Why is there so much work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions, linking him to me and posting on the Reddit, when there's no work being put into who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first?
Okay, first of all, Icarus Drowned is a Destiny cult member, super stalker. I recognize this name. I think we, there was a place where you could see people's deleted Reddit posts. Is there a website where you could see someone's deleted Reddit post? Let's look it up right now. I'm pretty sure Icarus Drowned is like probably the top poster or top 5 posters in Destiny all time. I only know this because they've like made like probably like 50 Reddit posts about me, like at least. You weren't mean to AB. I remember early in the year before everything got worse, you said you'd love for him and other crew members to leave and start their own stream. Yes. In fact, I defended him on Twitter. I was all behind like the support Dan and AB in these troubling times. Like maybe they could talk to Ethan and like calm him down and make him realize that Hassan is not his enemy. The TikTok was funny because she was covering her face and said nothing. It was sent in a group chat and meant to be funny. It had nothing to do with the conflict. I didn't expect that reaction, but enjoy. Y'all got the proof that you've been looking for. Ethan supports genocide. Even worse, he loves his wife. Get a life, you dumb snarker bitch. I mean, Ethan loves to use... The moment a woman, you know, does anything he dislikes, he loves to throw out bitch. Yikes. Does anybody know what I'm talking about with those websites where you can see people's deleted posts? On Reddit, there's like a Reddit. Somebody has to know what I'm talking about. I even saw it before. Fuck. Hassan openly said that people in a socialist country that don't agree with it should be put in a re-education camp, and you guys suck them off. That's crazy. That's not true. That's not true. First of all, Americans are uneducated, period. They just need to be educated, like learn things. We have a guy who is a total hack, who was a heroin addict, as the head of Health and Human Services. Americans desperately need education, dude. Like, what do you mean re-education camps? Is this it? Okay, hold on. Okay, somebody needs to look up, do this website for me because I don't get it.
Place. If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped its history, and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is within Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up towards Ethan and Elon on Twitter. But Ethan and Elon are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch and respond to the two podcast streams where Ethan and Hila call us spineless cowards.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like, she's a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not gonna throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment. Just like I'm not gonna throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
How many women I fucked? Hassan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Galia. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex.
Watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like, this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry.
There are many people, I'm sure, who have unfollowed you for the things that you have said and done. And I'm sure there are even more people who have stayed following you because they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They don't want to throw someone away because they've had some hard moments. We're all fucking human.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
And what you're saying to me is that I'm a bad friend and I'm a piece of shit. I'm spineless. I'm cowardly because I am following someone on Twitter.
Because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people harassing me and everyone in my life. It's that people outside of this group, journalists, creators, are actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like I'm fucking crazy.
I mean, I don't know what he's getting at here. Like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I apologized. That was actually like the #1 type of harassment I got, was people gaslighting me and taking my newfound woke ideology to its extreme.
I probably done and stood by iDubbbz and Anissa more than anybody. I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional. Like, you know, we're just meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
But I'll say this, I don't think they're fucking any friends of mine. And certainly I don't think they're any fucking friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing. Like, I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Israel, go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, imagine me not saying something.
That just shows, that just shows your current post. That just Reddit searches. It doesn't show your old deleted stuff. It doesn't show your old deleted stuff. This guy specifically went through and deleted all of his Destiny shit. But I recognize him from a while ago. The fact that this has gone on for a fucking year now and he refuses to have a man-to-man convo with Hassan or any other people involved should be indication enough that people should just dead end this and let him spew his unserious bullshit. Nobody who matters gives a fuck what he has to say. That being said, it's deeply concerning his willingness to use mechanism of the state to attack his enemies. So I guess well, because he's an Israeli Zionist who wants to oppress Palestinians and their allies. It's not that complicated. It's actually very simple when you think about it. He supports Palestinians being held in an apartheid state. He calls Ramallah in the West Bank a terrorist city. That's just a Palestinian city. He supports Palestinians not having the right to vote. He supports Palestinians being left in ghettos. Like, you know, he's saying that he has called in the past settlers enemy combatants, but the Israeli, if a Palestinian shoots a settler, the Israeli military kills that Palestinian. So Ethan Klein may think that it's legitimate, but the Israeli state doesn't. The Israeli state, using government money, will go and kill anyone who resists Palestinian the settlement of the Palestinian territories. So it is what it is. He's not Israeli. Yes, he is. He's an Israeli citizen.
To make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter is...
Oh, the deletes Reddit post sites were nuked when they did API changes last year? Those sites don't work as well anymore since Reddit closed their API? Okay.
Not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember when he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything
and
like
I was
that.
supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's disgusting.
Why do you forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn of Satan?
It's disgusting. He's
And
a
I
piece of
mean,
shit of a human.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guy.
United Healthcare just is crap. Yeah, Luigi's Revenge is happening right now, chat. If it wasn't for the we could the United Healthcare is like going bankrupt basically.
In this story, you know, it's really something.
Unfortunately, they never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby. And
have you seen Ethan Klein's reaction when he heard about the content cop? Plays something right out of the Zionist playbook. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. I never targeted AB. I've never said anything mean about AB. I'm simply asking, why did AB leave after he slightly pushed back and you hit the no self-control button? The crew always carried the podcast. You should let them be honest with you instead of replacing them. AB has been nothing but respectful and professional to everyone this whole time. No, he hasn't. He's literally targeted me. You guys, this is so funny. Like, these guys literally, and this is, you know, this is one of the things that I will never forget, is they literally targeted me. They literally targeted me. They took Destiny subreddit clips and posted them and like went over them for no reason, right? Like, and he just lied about me blatantly first. And I was pointing out that they didn't seem to have a problem with it. You know, nobody targeted AB. In fact, again, I defended AB. I defended AB early on in this, but then it became clear to me that they had absolutely no problem with Ethan Klein targeting all of us. I don't know why. I mean, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. And the continued targeting of AB and Lena as a means to get at me is so low, so cruel. I wish people would leave them alone. Hassan, of all people, understands that. Somebody should ask why he silenced his Lebanese employee for dissent, and when he went, and where he went, since he no longer seems to be there, to give Ethan feedback. I think Ethan forgot we did a podcast together. I like the crew a lot. I know them, those who have left and those who remain. They are what has always made the podcast great. I completely agree with this, by the way. I completely agree with this. Ethan Klein could not carry a podcast on his own. He needs the crew.
Until it's useful. Like, what is it, 3 years later? Like, I mean, you're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time and that there was some amount of pressure or enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story, you know? It's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him. And you don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay? Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is scrambled. My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you guys serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it.
Why are you so obsessed with this guy, Ethan? It gets boring after a while. Oh man, that's a really good question.
They're doing a video with Hassan, Denim, Sean DeBlack, Frogan, Noah Sampson, and Matt Lieb.
Oh, I mean,
that's like the ensemble of disgusting.
You know who's not there?
Who?
Mike from PA.
Whoa, Mike from PA, what a bitch. Yo, you didn't even make it into this pathetic.
There is the silver lining.
That's so funny, actually.
Damn.
I think that's so funny. Mike, do you see how pathetic you are? You weren't invited.
Never the bride, always the bridesmaid.
Always, man.
It's tough.
You were every time.
I think one of the things that's really interesting about this is like when Hassan is doing election night stream with 300,000 viewers, I'm on that stream. They want me to be on an iDubbbz video making fun of them. Bro, I talk about politics, man. I'm happy my friends are getting a successful video making fun of you. This is how much I own these fuckers. Look at these little bitches. These little bitches are fucking losers. Holy Holy shit.
Time I look at you, you remind me of him.
Me too.
Me?
Just with the hair.
Oh, well, I got to abandon ship. I got to abandon ship immediately. No. Can't remind you of Mike from PA?
You're Dan. You're Dan from LA.
Dan from LA. That's
Look
right.
at these nice crew members.
Dude, he assembled the ensemble.
Look at these nice crew members.
Of like
These poor little crew members.
Anti-Zionist super team, right? And Mike from PA is not here. It's fucking brilliant, dude. Couch puncher didn't make the cut.
What if they actually invited him and he couldn't make it? Would that crush your soul?
There's no shot he wouldn't clear his calendar. You crazy?
I don't know.
You don't
see the thing about people like Ethan Klein is they are so clout brained. They don't understand that I just do politics. Literally rent free.
Mike, why do you talk about H3 so much? Why are you bullying H3? Why are you bullying the poor crew? Mike, you're so mean to the crew. Stop being so mean to little old AB and Dan.
Exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my
You should
fucking
probably
job.
tell people that say shit like that to shut the fuck up.
Confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not like my favorite segment to be
It's
a
like
part
one
of.
of those things where it's just like the incredible weirdness of the brain that they have is there is a multi-million watch video smashing you, and their first thing is to hit me. Now, why do they hate me so much? That's the thing that that's what I want to know. And the answer is because Destiny does. And Ethan Klein has been campaigning to get Destiny unbanned. I have never talked to Ethan Klein. I wasn't on the panel. The reason they hate me is because Destiny hates me. And he's been campaigning to get Destiny unbanned on Twitch. It's literally as simple as that.
Friends like these.
Oh, yeah. And our other good friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times because, like, why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use it later.
Of course I was going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
I'm not going to assume that Elon knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not going to fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that
I mean, like just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
So yes, you caught us. We're not going to run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
It's true. It's true. He does be following. He does be following. He does be following. He does be following, guys. And if iDubbbz follows me, it means he completely endorses everything I say. He endorses everything I say. We're best friends.
So
the problem.
Okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know. Yeah.
Which I'll
she's
show.
friends with
Denims is actually participating in this whole child protective service lie.
Yeah.
Which I'll
and if
show you
you're
guys
friends with them, then you're seeing what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Originally, the complaint was about my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship. We think that she's a good person like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. Kind of a tricky situation. How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core? People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know, I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
I just don't see how you can be my friend. And
I don't do that. I mean, I don't say things I don't mean. If anything, I hold back. But I don't say things I don't believe.
To be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend, but there is someone in the middle who kind of fucks with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not gonna make you guys like meet up and kiss or anything. I get it. You guys are in fucking...
Ethan Klein, we should meet up.
Best friend who's deep-throating me to the base of my cock, or you are Satan. You're the devil.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Well, then, you should have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, oh, he doesn't work with us anymore. But that was it. That's all she said.
But then say that you don't
Okay, do you have anything else to say for your friends, though?
One of the reasons Anissa was so quick to clarify things in your Reddit is because your Reddit was already talking about who this editor is. And they were spreading misinformation that it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess, and you guys don't give a fuck. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like, yeah, that would have been a nicer thing to say.
Yeah, but then you would have been lying.
Silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where things are a little bit easier to broach. I don't think we need to do it right now, but you've insisted that this is an important thing to address. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me on your Instagram story.
Fuck you, you piece of shit, and fuck my friends, too. I have stood by all these years who can't find their spine. I don't need any fair weather friends.
You know what, Ethan? I totally vibe with this. I don't need fair weather friends either. I don't need backbiters in my life. You know what I mean? Like, I'm totally with Ethan Klein. We have a statement of agreement. I don't want any fair weather friends either. I think that you should, personally, I think you should attack every single person who is not co-endorsing your position on the Israeli genocide.
I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me and my wife on your podcast twice. I would be fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast that gets 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not to do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
Like, by the way, look at this fucking
section
defamation
on my podcast that gets 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not to do harassment campaigns and instead talk about...
Look at this defamation. Look at this defamation. Like, this is the most... Like, Ethan Klein is crying about defamation. What the fuck is this? Because Dan Clancy wished Hassan a happy birthday? Because Dan Clancy only banned the panel for 30 fucking days, the maximum ban you can get? That's not a perma? Like, look at Ethan Klein. Just, like, it's one thing to disagree with me on the issues. One thing to disagree with Hassan or Denims or whoever else on the issues. But to, like, post a picture where you say Twitch is SS and put a... you know, an SS hat with a skull on it on the Twitch CEO's head, This is batshit crazy, clearly defamatory behavior. Ethan Klein, you are insane. And this is why you recently lost another defamation lawsuit. Have you considered withdrawing this? You're losing a defamation lawsuit as we speak.
About Vampire's Kiss.
Like, they say something like he doesn't work for me, and I strongly disagree, and I support Ethan and Hila. The problem is
that she doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually
She thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is what I'm talking about. This aggression that you're putting out into the world. What the fuck do you think we're gonna do? You think I'm gonna fucking sit on my hands when you do this shit? Like, this is nasty. We had such a fair response to what you guys were going through. We don't support harassment. It's a bad thing, but it happens and you're perpetuating it.
You fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy...
Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view. That is point blank defamation. That is point blank defamation. I mean, if I were Dan Clancy, I would have already sued Ethan Klein. Like, I would have sued Ethan Klein, 6 months ago. Honestly, I think Dan Clancy should sue. Like, these are not jokes. This is him just outright saying that he's a Nazi. And like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Nazi. Fucking anti-Semite.
You can't expect other people to stop harassing you if you continue to harass people. Let's think about it on a micro level.
Dude.
Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of like a line, what happened today, that should never be crossed, even by like the most cynical, toxic people. It's going to have ramifications in terms of how I conduct myself. In terms of these fair weather friends who are, so happy.
God, the sniffing and the bouncing in the seat. Like, am I crazy? Like, what is going? He needs, like, listen. I know that crazy making and telling people they need help is kind of problematic, but nonetheless, it does feel like he's having some sort of either pharmacological reaction or psychological reaction. Like, look at this shit. Like, look how he's bouncing in his seat and he's sniffing, and it's like, and his eyes are blasted wide open. It is, are his pupils dilated? I can't tell because he has some kind of dark eyes, but like, I have never in my entire life opened my eyes that wide. Like, I legitimately have never, I don't think I can. If I tried, I don't think I can open my eyes that wide. There is something going on right now. Like, what is this? What is this? Like, this is Ethan Klein's reaction when he saw that he was getting content copped. Just had to take that screenshot. Sorry, Chad.
Fair weather friends who are, so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan,
why wouldn't he blow his nose? What could he have up his nose that he doesn't want to blow out? If I was sniffing that much, I would just blow my nose. What could you possibly have up your nose that you don't want to blow out? So you're sniffling like that.
Is a rich thing to say. Like, you're the H3 podcast, okay? There's a lot of friends of the show. There's even more.
Ethan being a Hutch stand confirmed. Hutch is like really funny. Is that Hutch is like so unlikable and so stupid that he bet me $1,500. Let's take a moment because now Ethan Klein is talking about a Hutch. Let's take a moment. It's so funny. These are all Destiny Orbiters. It's so funny, dude. Ethan Klein just becoming a Destiny Orbiter is incredible work. Psychedelic Socialist, heavily recommend you follow them, said, "Don't you owe Mike money? Why don't you unblock him and pay up, big man?" And here's some bets I made with Hutch. On August 1st, 2023, I bet him that Trump would not go to prison for 30 days or more before January 21st, 2025. So he messaged me and he said, You'd be down to take me up on a $1,000 bet that Trump ends up incarcerated after all these trials? And I said, basically, the bet was for prison for Trump for 30 days or more before January 21st, 2025. If he is, you win 1,000. If not, I win. Guys, did Donald Trump go to prison for more than 30 days before the inauguration? Oh, wait, Trump won the election. Trump won the election. Well, guess what, chat? I also bet him that Joe Biden would not be reelected in November 7th, 2021. I saw how ineffective that Joe Biden was as president and how he wasn't passing any of Build Back Better and he wasn't keeping any of his promises. So I knew that Joe Biden would lose reelection because he was an ineffectual loser president that had squandered the trifecta. And I was so sure he was going to lose. In 2021, I took a bet against Hutch where I said, so the bet is if Biden wins the 2024 presidential election, if he does, you get 500. If not, I get 500. And he said, assuming he runs against Trump, yeah. And I said, he's the incumbent. If he's not president in 2025, I win the bet. I'll accept a $500 bet with those terms. $1,500. Now, there it is. There's the receipts. There's the bets. Now, leaving aside the bets for a second, do you see how stupid Hutch is? Not only was I right, I predicted that Joe Biden would lose re-election in 2021, and I was put money up, and I was right. That is fucking clutch. How many of you have a bet like that? Right? And the other one was that Donald Trump wouldn't go to prison. How did I figure this out? How did I know this? I put $1,000 up when every liberal was shooting cum out their ass. I knew he wouldn't go. What happened? 5,000 viewers and chat is moving slower than a 100 viewer stream seems about. What? What the hell are you talking about? What? Are you crazy? I may be one of the most I am the most interacted with 5,000 viewer streamer on the website. You are delusional. You're delulu. You're fucking deluded. What are you talking about? I have 7,600 subscribers. Who has numbers like this? You're crazy. You're delulu. You're insane. You've lost it. Anyway, so Hutch lost this bet. He said, that fucking loser lied his ass off. Never once showed any screen caps of us settling on terms. Never happened. He did accept my terms in the DMs, and you guys lapped it up. He tried showing DMs on his screen one time, and there was a blue arrow at the bottom of that exchange, clearly indicating that there was more to the conversation that he was purposely leaving out, and you guys didn't question. If it's DMs, show the DMs! If I left something out, show the DMs! And he's trying to say, so in other words, Hutch is, oh my God. He's this hard up for $1,500. Chat, I'm not trying to flex. I'm not trying to flex and say $1,500 isn't a lot of money. It is a lot of money. That's why I made the bet. Because I would like $1,500, please. But this fucking loser is so hard up for $1,500, he won't just give me $1,500 because I was right about the things he was wrong about, right? That's the more important thing. The money isn't what I care about, to be honest. The more important thing is him having to pay me to acknowledge he was wrong and I was right. That's what he's trying to avoid. He's trying to avoid the fact that I'm a political commentator. He wants to be a political commentator. We had a disagreement on merit. We made firm predictions. My predictions were correct. His predictions were incorrect. He doesn't want to pay me because that would be acknowledging he's dumb and I'm smarter than him. Just wanted to show you that for a second. Sorry for getting off on a rant. Hutch, you fucking suck. You're a bitch.
Or fair weather friends of the show. Let's not get into this shit, okay? That is so bizarre and insulting to suggest that I was only ever being friends with you to get something out of it. No, I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend because it's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years, and as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are. There was a way to approach us to say like, yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something. You've decided to do the...
Do you think I could get away with this as an emote? Do you think I could get away with this as an emote? I don't think I can do it. I think I would get in trouble. But if somebody uploaded it to say like, you know, BTTV or Franker Z-Face, I mean, you know, it wouldn't be my emote, but maybe if somebody put like an outline behind it, like a drop shadow or something, you know. I have never held my eyes open like this in my entire life. Like this, like I can't even do. I'm trying. This is as most I can open my eyes. Like, how does he do it? The superpower.
Extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted and I feel defensive and I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems.
Okay, I'm pausing it again to just say sorry for like we're talking about so many things at once, but you notice how iDubbbz is talking here? iDubbbz is talking like he is an emotionally mature adult man, and he's just kind of like talking through the way he's feeling, and he's not ashamed of feeling a certain type of way. Like, this is a man. This is what a man looks like. There's not a lot of male role models out there. But honestly, iDubbbz is showing you what a male role model is, which is he's comfortable in his own skin. He's a leader. He knows how to fuck. And he can talk about his emotions without getting fucking, you know, like nervous or emasculated.
And a lot of people...
Dude, fuck Klein. That's his Tourette's. He's always done that. Oh, okay. I don't want to make fun of his like tics or whatever. I don't know enough about Tourette's. I just know that the thing about Ethan Klein is he kind of like throws out attacks on people's physical characteristics a lot. He likes to insult how people look. He likes to do that, and then when people kind of turn the same energy back on them, he tries to do this cry bully shit where he's like, "You're being ableist." And it's like, well, you don't get to throw out attacks on people's physical appearance and then hide behind ableism shield. You know what I mean? Like, no, if you want to attack people's physical appearance, then don't be surprised if they give you that energy back, right? And I think that's the good rule. I think that's a good rule for all of us to adopt. Let's just stop with this rad lib bullshit where we try to cancel people, where we do cry bully idpol. If you're going to insult someone, you're going to get it back, and you don't get to go like, well, I have Tourette's. Like, no, you don't get to do that, man. You don't get to call other people ugly or whatever the fuck, or fat or unattractive, and then go, I can't believe you made fun of me. That's because of my Tourette's. Shut up. If you don't want people insulting you physically, then don't throw insults out. Very hypocritical, very cringe, very solipsistic.
And on the receiving end of your harassment.
It's so easy to be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist. Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We fucking hate racists. Fuck racists.
Microaggressions.
The minute that they actually...
Now here they are mocking it. They're mocking... First of all, the point... I just say the point of anti-racism is that it's not easy, is that it's hard. I think he doesn't know what anti-racism means. I think he just means you're against racism. But that's not what anti-racism is about. Actively dismantling the systems we have in our society that lead to racist outcomes. That's anti-racism. You are not in favor of anti-racism. You want to be considered not racist, but that's not the same thing.
Have to stick their neck out for somebody. The minute they have to actually risk something to put themselves in under scrutiny, to sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
How much do you care?
I don't do drama.
How much do you actually care? Isn't that the whole point? Like,
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever. And it's not completely unjustified to be thinking about that sometimes.
Yeah, because the far right, which they've helped promote, is growing, and they're actually Nazis and anti-Semites. The left is not anti-Semitic. Like, that's just can we just stop for a second and be honest? The left is not anti-Semitic. And the right is where the anti-Semitism is. But because they're attacking Hassan, they're cozying up with Sam Hyde.
You guys are just hurt, and you're kind of like dancing around and making very like loose, poorly thought out analogies for something that doesn't even apply to us. It's like me making this video is the standing up for something, and it's saying, fuck you, you guys are being bad. You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you're being bad. You're behaving poorly. You're hurting people.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like not risking anything? Those kids who are marching with the black students and...
So in Ethan's analogy,
So what Ethan is saying is, if I don't get myself beat up by the cops or arrested or fired or deplatformed, am I really a good person? Now, notice he's not doing any of that himself, right? So I guess by applying his own rules to himself, it seems like you might be a bad person, Ethan. I think that's the conclusion, is Ethan Klein knows he's a bad person, and he doesn't like that people are able to be successful while also being good people. This is actually something I've encountered a lot in content creation. Can we talk about this for a second? There's a lot of people out there who hate me because I'm not fake. And because I don't have to be fake. Because I don't have to backbite. Because I don't have to treat my friends like shit. That actually makes them hate me. The fact that I don't take advantage of my fans. The fact that I, treat my relationships with respect, right? Because I don't offer up all parts of my life as content. People hate my guts for that. They want you to be a fake social climber just like them. They want you to kind of like not rock the boat because we're all trying to grow in clout. And the thing is, like, the difference between me and a lot of other people is I want to rise or fall on merit alone. A lot of other people, they're scared to rise on merit alone. They need that social reinforcement because if they're just forced, show against show, content against content, they're not going to measure up. So they need that social reinforcement. And so they hate my guts for it. And it's like, but I've always been a help to you. Like, I've always been your friend. Like, why are you backbiting me when I've always helped you? It doesn't make sense to me. And then I realized that, for some people, if you're doing better than them, that is an example of you being a bad person.
Black student and I'm the white student, but I'm the white student that's not, marching by his side. I'm not doing the difficult thing. You're going to have to march on your own, black student.
Marching with the black students and...
I mean, why is it inspiring? Why is it inspiring?
Well, and it's the same thing, to bring it back to the song just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
It's been performed exquisitely. Harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one. If anyone's been watching for the past fucking year, I'm pretty sure they have a good idea of your feelings about Hassan.
Like, people like Anissa are the perfect example because she's friends with these people. She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our kid.
I'll show that, yeah.
Getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry, I'll accept this position from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching people shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would you expect Anissa, of all people, to say something to Denims? Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time. But I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said shit like that to you all the time. Yeah, we've been respecting you as independent content creators. You can do what you want. We'll treat you as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
Yeah, just for
but
saying
that would be commendable.
And by the way, it kind of speaks for itself that saying, hey, their house is clean, they're actually good people, like that's going to get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck.
What the? Svalpale, are you having a stroke, man? Are you having a stroke, man? You should go to the hospital, dude. You should go to the hospital. And okay, let's just look at this for a minute, right? Which is, Ethan is the ultimate dish it out but can't take it guy, right? He wants to call a bunch of people pedophiles and Nazis and anti-Semites and racists and try to get them deplatformed and harass them and their families. But the moment somebody says, like, hey, your house is filthy because of stuff they've said on their stream, now suddenly we are bad people. And here's the thing about you, Ethan. Ethan, have you considered the fact that they haven't said anything to be a sign that they don't agree with you on the cleanliness of, say, for example, your house. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't know. But you're kind of forcing them to make a position on the cleanliness of your house. And, you know, the Ethan Klein poop compilation is almost as long as the Ethan Klein N-word compilation. That's another way of saying it's really long.
If I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever the prompt is, no one would care. The only person who would care is me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out. I'm not saying it to my audience because I don't give a fuck. It's not my business.
That's, in my opinion, doing something that's difficult and standing by your principles.
See, you're not a solipsistic narcissist. Do you guys know what solipsism means? Do you guys know what I mean when I say solipsist? This is actually a good thing to touch on really briefly, because it explains Ethan Klein very, 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 very well. It's a school of philosophy. It's basically the philosophic idea, here you go, that only one's mind is sure to exist. What this means is, a solipsist is like, I'm the only real person in the world. I can't trust my eyes. I can be tricked. My ears can be tricked. In fact, if you think about it, my body is just a bunch of sensors being fed into my brain, which is where my consciousness is. Maybe I'm in a pod right now, like the Matrix, and everything I see is fake. The only thing I can be sure of is that I exist. Everything else might not exist. Everything else might not be real. That's what solipsism is. And basically when you say someone is being solipsistic, it's when they only value themselves and their own mind and their own thoughts. And that everybody else is just, you know, a phantom or a ghost or a simulacra. It's like narcissism, but to the maximum degree. Where it's not that just that you love yourself and you have a grandiose thought of yourself. It's that you deny the humanity of everyone else but yourself. Or you deny the mind of everyone else. And so only the most solipsistic freak is like, why isn't this person talking about every single thing that's going on in my life? Why am I not the main character? Everybody else is an NPC.
That's the whole point. That's what makes standing by your principles admirable, is that...
So the argument that Ethan Klein and Hila are making here, just to pause it again, because it's so fucking disgusting. The argument they're making here is, if you stand up for Palestine, you should go to Gaza and be slaughtered by the IDF. Their position is, if you think what's going on in Gaza is a genocide, you should transport yourself to Gaza to be killed by the IDF. What an amazing opinion they have. Hey, did your parents protest the Vietnam War? Well, they should have gone to North Vietnam and been bombed by B-52s.
It's not always easy.
Why are you saying that I'm not standing up for my principles when you don't even know what they are? I get, like, we're a little bit past directly naming me, so we might have gone off on a tangent. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles? And I can tell you the way I've been behaving is exactly in line with my principles. Now we're gonna
befriend, discuss, social media follow. I want to thank iDubbbz for his social media follow. Thank you, iDubbbz. That means we're best friends now. We're gonna hang out because he follows me on Twitter. That means we are now best friends.
We are not defending what Israel did in Gaza since October 7th. Like, the way they handled that has just been awful.
Yeah.
I don't even have words, you know? We've never once defended what happened there.
I mean, I've even been like, yeah, I mean, I think I've even called it a genocide, and I can definitely understand. I definitely think it might be, you know? It depends on, I don't need to keep continually, one sec.
The IDF handler said, "You don't call it a genocide! Don't call it a genocide!" Okay. I don't know if they have an IDF handler. Maybe Hila just sent the message. I don't know. The crew is fast to put on that backing music. It's almost like the crew, they know, hey, when somebody says the word genocide, you want to make sure you make light of it and you play some music. I would love to ask the crew what the rules are for genocide discussions. You know what my feeling about that is, chat? I have a new soundboard. They've inspired me to get a soundboard. This is part of my soundboard, chat.
Wild. Wild.
That's very
wild.
Yeah, it's fine. We're just having a side combo, but it's fine. One sec.
Oh my lord, that's uncomfortable.
Anyway, I'm not talking about Gaza, right? I'm talking about Tel Aviv, which is where I live, and my lived experience there.
My lived experience. Hey, standpoint epistemology is at play, chat. His lived experience as a American Israeli in Tel Aviv. He thought that Israel was great. As a white American, he thought Israel was great. Have you considered maybe the lived experience of a Palestinian Muslim? Can we ask them?
To talk about the BDS list. We're going to start off with Frogan because obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Frogan, that can only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good start. Love of the H3 podcast. You are following Frogan, so that means that you are anti-Ethan. Sam, Morg Pie, friend of the show. Olivia, Ian, Daily Dose of Internet is anti-Ethan. Jesus, this is fucked up. Pokimane, comment etiquette. Oh shit, Asmongold's in here. Asmongold follows Frogan. No, Asmon. That means you're anti-Ethan. That's fucked up. We're gonna wanna avoid these creators at the top of the list, but one tier below them are the creators who associate with them. They're essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hassan's in there. You'd think that Hassan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hassan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hassan because that's what he did. You gotta be the lowest of the low to be associating with the Frogans and the Denims of the world. To associate with Hassan, that just makes sense because he's famous and he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hassan on Instagram, so Hassan is in his feed.
Where else is he gonna get his jerk-off material? Where else is he gonna get his jerk-off material? He needs to see the meat pics.
And that's showing up right up on Anissa's and iDubbbz's feed.
It's important to remember that this is a living document and people can be removed or put onto it depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hassan but are still anti-Ethan. But Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know? A lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hassan. It's because Ethan is a coward.
Chapo Trap House. Ethan is a coward. Now, I just recently befriended iDubbbz, and let me just say, in my opinion, I'm calling iDubbbz my friend, okay? But what I mean by that is been friendly acquaintances. You know what I call people in the industry that I'm friendly with? Acquaintances. Business acquaintances. There's this really great word called acquaintance, which means that you're like generally positively, like, you know, someone, you're acquainted with them, you're generally positive toward them, but you haven't established like a deep friendship where you like tell each other their secrets and, you know, you've gone through some shit with them. I call those people acquaintances. I think a lot of people call those guys friends. Like, for example, I want to give you the brain domain. That's an example. Joshua is my friend, right? Joshua is my friend. Okay? That's somebody who I've shared secrets with, I've bitched to, who's bitched at me. We've gone out together. And I know if I really needed something, Joshua would be there for me, right? That's what a friend is. I could call them up and say, hey, I need to crash on your couch. The FBI is looking for me. Joshua would do it, right? Joshua would do it. That's what I call a friend, okay? And then, but I like, it's good to have acquaintances. And acquaintances, I consider acquaintances to be possible friends, right? They could be a friend. Maybe you even like each other. Maybe you vibe, but you just haven't quite reached that level of familiarity. You haven't quite bumped into each other. Life is busy. It's hard to make friends over 40. You know, it is what it is. And like Ethan considers him a friend, and his friend is calling him a coward in a video
Wake up.
that now has almost 2.8 million views. Oh no, how far were we in? Oh shit. Okay, we have the organic BDS list. That was a good time. So 2.8 million views in 24 hours. 20 hours, not even. If we compare that to the content nuke that has been out for over 2 months, they have 3.3 million. Content Cop revived an old account, just like H3 revived an old account. And I gotta tell you, 216,000 likes to 227,000 likes. Ethan Klein, the iDubbbz video will pass your like total probably by the end of today. You wanted to fight. You pissed off other people. You attacked it in every direction. I'm one of those primary. What I really love about this is that Ethan Klein is so convinced that I'm a huge H3 hater that anytime anybody's shit talking him, he brings me up organically. I have the #1 auto promotion, even more than the people that are in this video. He actually has fixated on me. Why is that? Well, because I am Destiny's also. I'm like his #2 enemy. Why? Because I beat him in 6 or 7 debates on politics in 2019. But because I made Destiny look stupid in 2019, here it is in 2025, 6 years later, he's now running around trying to inculcate as any other people with hatred. He goes to H3. It's crazy. Ethan really hates denims. Yeah, he hates denims too, for sure. But it's doing nothing but, again, you know, I know that people don't like when I bring up people's like numbers or anything, but you have to understand, chat, this is what Ethan cares about, right? This is what Ethan cares about. All right, this isn't just me bragging. There's a little bit of a brag. It does feel good to see this, right? But like Ethan Klein's fixation on denims has like look at this. Look at this. Like this spike was a little bit of an artificially high spike because she had like a 40K stream, so that's going to be hard to catch up to. But even still, best or second best or third best month ever. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. Going from like where she was solidly like 1.5K Andy to 3K Andy. Me, same deal. I used to be like a 2K Andy, 2.5K Andy. Ethan Klein started fighting with me, and now I am a 4K Andy. Thank you, Ethan Klein. Check the social blade. Ethan lost so many followers. Let's compare it to iDubbbz. Oh, I mean, the thing is, I think iDubbbz and Ethan are very similar in a lot of ways, except iDubbbz is a lot cooler.
Because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. I think Ethan
is a... Can I get... Mods? Mods, can I get this as a soundboard? Can I get this as a soundboard? Mods? Mods? Mods?
I think Ethan has an unreasonable amount when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hassan. It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. I think
Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. That is my favorite. That's the clip of the video. That's the clip of the video. Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. Holy shit.
Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these comedians because they have power, they're quick, and I think he knows that they don't fuck with his ideology. But he's gonna keep that to himself because the last thing that he wants to discover...
The Content Cop does have a huge amount of dislikes. Who gives a fuck? People bot shit. Who gives a shit? He's winning. 3 million views for the content nuke in 3 months. 3 million views in less than a day. Ethan Klein tried to use his clout to damage Hassan, and he fucking failed. There was the goddamn Daily Show was at Hassan's house yesterday. When the content cop dropped, a fucking Jordan Kelper or whatever, Clapper was at his Hassan's house. Hassan was, his personal friends with AOC and Bernie Sanders. I was... Chat, I should have taken a picture of it because I should have posted this. God damn it. I'm so stupid. I just realized it. When I went to the Bernie Sanders rally, I want to tell you something I didn't mention. They specifically created a space for me and Hassan on this media platform in the very, very front and center with our names like plastered into the ground. And it was like me and Hassan and like no one else. It was crazy. I should have taken a picture. They used my full name though, so that's why I didn't do it, but I should have posted. Everybody knows my name anyway. Oh, Vio got that pic? Okay, I'll ask Vio for it. I think Vio's sleeping right now, and it's just like sometimes, you know, sometimes with these online communities, like Ethan doesn't leave his house. You're not your name is not PA. Yeah, it's not PA. The thing about Ethan Klein is like, and Destiny and these other people, is they create these online only environments, and they do have a lot of online only people in them, but they're not really connected to anything organic. When I go to the AOC rally and the Bernie Sanders rally, hundreds of people stop me. And when Hassan goes, it's like he's a fucking beetle. Like, you know, it's a different, you guys ain't shit. Like, you're not really in politics. No one knows who you are, man. Your opinions are just your opinions, and you have a parasocial community of people that are stuck indoors. You're not connected to real shit. And I am nowhere near as connected, as appreciated, or as viewed as Hassan, rightly. But it's like, bro, what are you guys doing here? What are you guys doing here? iDubb has gained 10K subs since he released the video? No shot. Is that actually true? I would expect an old account like that to lose subscribers when it posts a new video. I got the wrong iDubbz. I got a fake iDubbz. I was like, it's iDubbbzTV. Okay. Yeah, see, he's down 10K. That's what oh wait, never mind. He's up 10K. Oh, never mind. See, like his channel was just kind of like AFK. His channel was just AFK, but he actually gained subscribers when he posted it. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's unbelievable. And if you compare that to the H3 Productions, he's just as, oh my God, monthly gain subscriber. Oh my God. Oh my God. Did the tariffs hit H3 podcast? Holy shit. You know, chat, some people may be looking at this, and if you're not a political person and you're looking at this and you're like, Mike, this makes no sense. How come Hassan is winning so hard? I want to explain something to you. People under the age of 30, they don't fuck with Zionism and genocide. They don't fuck with genocide. Younger Americans sympathize more with Palestinians than older Americans do. Younger Americans have a more favorable opinion of the Palestinian people than the Israeli people. Americans differ by age over why and how Israel is fighting Hamas. Younger Americans are more critical of both why and how Israel is fighting. And this is an old poll. Oh, no, this is a new one. This is from last year. So it's gotten even worse. Americans under 30 are more likely than older people to say Hamas's reasons for fighting Israel are valid. 34% of 18 to 29s outright support Hamas. Not just Palestinian liberation. Like, you guys have to understand that for younger Americans, favoring Israel too much is the overwhelming position. So you shouldn't be surprised to see numbers like this. You shouldn't be surprised to see that Ethan Klein supporting the genocide of Palestinians via his words and actions by attacking pro-Palestinian creators is losing out thousands upon thousands of subscribers. And I'm honestly surprised that iDubbbz has outright gained subscribers. He gained subscribers when he posted. A channel that was AFK, a channel that posted basically no videos for years, is gaining subscribers. That's incredible.
Is that people that he respects and looks up to, they don't fuck with him.
Bill Burr came on. It was like the worst fucking show. It was just horrible. That was like my lowest moment on podcast history. We could talk about Bill Burr, ruined my life. Bill Burr made Ethan go on Lexapro. I was prescribed it and it was in my bedside. And then it was the Bill Burr episode that made me finally start.
When Stavros goes on Hassan's stream and he mocks your content nuke.
I actually saw a really interesting video about you, man, and I don't know that I'm even comfortable being here anymore.
Oh, no.
It really kind of shed light on you in a way.
Yeah.
You kind of like have leftist politics and stuff like that. And I actually feel betrayed.
Yeah.
And so I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming.
You don't fire back because you're coping. So you're just going to tuck your tail between your legs and never mention on your podcast that mentions everything. You're bringing up some fucking connection I have on Twitter. Someone mocks you on a stream, you're not touching it. Fuck you, you're a coward. It's just his job. It's just what he does for his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends.
Fuck you, you're a coward. Oh my Lord. I didn't even see this part, chat. I didn't see this part. Holy shit, fuck you, you're a coward?
You know, he makes fun of everyone. It's not just me, right? Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this like middle tier. His valuable association is Rhett and Link. So Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this category of popular and powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with. Although he's sniffing around.
This guy, Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome.
Now, here's the thing about Good Mythical Morning, chat. I want you to understand something about Good Mythical Morning. They are incredibly based and awesome, and I didn't realize it, because they give me Mormon vibes. They are so fucking buttoned up. I thought they were like Mormon conservatives, but it turns out, no, I was dead wrong. They are based. They are cool as fuck. And I was like, oh, god damn, I didn't realize that. They're so cool.
He's bringing on somebody that wants to kill my wife or in a video game. And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired. He's pathetic. And he interviewed a fucking, basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects power right now, which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators that he's gone out of his way to attack, he thinks that they're weak.
By the way, chat, that's why he went after me. It's like, I don't know. I didn't know iDubbbz until he came to LA to make this video and we hung out. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't even consider us like friends or anything. I consider us positive acquaintances. I like iDubbbz. I like Anissa. I don't really know them. But now Ethan's strategy for this video is to go, haha, Mike wasn't in this video. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a shit? Who fucking cares? Your strategy is to try to find the one creator you think you could go after. By the way, chat, I'm owning your ass, Ethan. Ethan Klein, thank you. Keep bringing me up. Keep making me win. Force people to defend me. Dumb fuck.
Target that he can bully, he can manipulate, he can send lawsuits to. And I want him to know that we're not going to be bullied. You're being a piece of shit and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video and you've got an audio. We're hitting both.
Chat, you can see the decline. Like, they're pushing the button with smiles on their face, but like, look at way their faces kind of are dropping as this goes on. You can literally see the decline in this video. Check the soundboard. Chat, I think we have a new item on the soundboard. A new item on the soundboard.
Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
My soundboard is my soundboard, chat. Wild.
Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
Oh my god, everybody bend the knee to Condition Bleed. Thank you, Condition Bleed, my mod. Chat, shout out to Condition Bleed. Which reminds me, Condition Bleed is an incredible content creator who does like really cool retro streams where he takes like he has created a stream setup where he has retro monitors and retro like CRTs in space, and he films that. So his like stream overlay is all like real retro monitors and shit. It's super cool. Everyone should follow Condition Bleed if you're into that. It has nothing to do with politics. He does retro gaming and stuff like that. It's super sweet. Condition Bleed, send me a picture right now, and I want to show the chat. Because I love to promote my friends. He's also really tall and hot, which is kind of bullshit. Like, it's kind of bullshit. You're not allowed to be a Discord mod, and also be incredibly tall and hot. Like, this is bullshit. It's like, why are Mike's Discord mods like...
Now you'll be a few steps ahead of this speedster.
So this is like the ultimate retro gaming channel. It's so fucking cool. These are all real monitors. I want you to understand this. This is not like animation. These are all real monitors being filmed in person. Isn't this fucking cool?
What do we do if these people run away?
So this is the stream. It's really cool. Highly recommend the Condition Bleen stream if you're into that retro gaming shit. The lighting is peak. The setup is peak. He's awesome. Did you see when he buttoned AB when they watched the video? Wait, do you guys have a link to the AB buttoning? I thought I had it up earlier.
I don't want to go there.
Yes.
There's no point.
Let's leave.
Yeah, there's no need.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
Look at the face.
Like, how pathetic are you? Don't worry if you don't have it all now.
Show our kids how wonderful and great it is. While they're actively genociding a people, you are downplaying that genocide.
What they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
We did see this clip. This is such a good clip. This is such a good clip. Holy fucking hell, dude. That's how I felt. He was all AB, you know, I almost feel bad for calling out AB, but at the same time, I also know that in the world, some people's role is to be a gadfly a little bit. Like Bad Empanada, he's a gadfly. I'm like that Bad Empanada light in a lot of ways, like when it comes to other content creators. I try to give people a little bit more grace than Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada gives you no grace. He judges you merely on what you do and say, and that's that. And I try to give you a little bit of grace, and then when you show me who you are, I believe you, and then I give you no grace. And then Hassan is the opposite, where he gives people way too much grace, where he like basically forces them to go to war on him before he reacts.
I don't like.
Bad Empanada was in the video. Like, fuck me being in the video. Why is it Bad Empanada in the video? Everybody should be asking, you know, why was it Bad Empanada in the video? I think we'll be in the Content Cop 2. The second Content Cop, it'll be me and Bad Empanada saying, "Wake up, Ethan." Wow. When the war escalates, you bring in the heavy hitters. You bring in the Rangers. You bring in the Grenadiers. You bring in the Special Forces.
Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you.
Yeah.
I see you out there.
Look at how look
Look
at how miserable he looks. Let's start this from the beginning. Okay, I'm sorry. I've paused it too many times. Let's look at this button thing and just observe how the countenance and the motions of them declines. Ethan decline. I wonder, chat, I wonder what Ethan's name is in the chat right now. Ethan, I know you're here. AB, Dan, I know you're here. I know you're here, buddy. I know you're here, buddy. Hey, since you're here, I just wanted you to... This is what iDubbbz thinks of you.
Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
Wild.
And he thinks they're a target that he can bully, he can manipulate, he can send lawsuits to. And I want him to know that we're not going to be bullied. You're being a piece of shit, and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video and you've got an audio. We're hitting both.
Look at their faces. There's even some leftovers buttons in there.
Yes.
There's no point.
Let's leave.
Yeah, there's no need.
Yeah.
I don't want to. Oh, shit. Like, how pathetic are you? Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I don't like pedophile. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
By the way, can I say this? Ozempic is a miracle drug if all you care about is losing weight. You know what I mean? Like you could see the fat melting off his body, along with his humor. I miss fat Ethan.
Yeah, you can be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. Yes, please. I want to be a good Jew. I'm a good Jew. Please, guys, please.
That's fine. Oh, yeah, I don't think it was that.
That was Ethan is a coward. He's
of all
a
the things,
bitch-made coward.
It always surprises me what you think crosses the line.
Well, I looked at Olivia and she's like, "Yes, do it."
Now let's talk about the button. Ethan got this button, or kill switch, as a response to the controversy with Cutie Cinderella. He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how...
Chat, we have a hype train going on right now. If you enjoy this content, or more importantly, if you just want to piss off Ethan Klein, then you should consider supporting the stream by subscribing at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can attach that to your Twitch account. You get 1 free sub a month. That's your Twitch Prime sub. It's the capitalist incredible. Class doesn't care about countries.
Oh, okay, well,
all right.
okay.
Capitalist class doesn't care about America, but they do care about maintaining their class position, right? And I think there's a little bit of a worry that if they dismantle the U.S., then the most powerful country in the world will be run by a communist party. That sounds like that's true. That's very, very true. True. Very true.
He can change his behavior. He
Thank you,
spends
everybody, for the
$20,000.
Dan and Ela were like, we would kill button that right now if we could. I can't change who I am.
I know. That's why the kill button is on its way.
That's it. See, exactly.
He uses the button for everything. If his jokes don't land, he's hitting the button.
It was being presented as if the Jordan crying thing.
I hit the button.
Why?
I don't think I needed to, but you guys were giving me crickets, so I panicked.
If he's insecure about getting something wrong, he's hitting the button.
But okay.
You
what? Button for that? What on this frame could Ethan have responded to? Perhaps the country flag that he got wrong? Maybe. I don't know.
If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button.
Before, look how sad. But yeah, it's not just that. Like their eyes are like big. I think you guys are wrong on this one. I think you guys are all wrong. We were warned not to touch
the I don't think he's unique in hitting the button. I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time.
The dump button is for when a sports radio caller says a slur, rarely for the host to use on himself. Well, yeah. I mean, we all occasionally say dumb shit, right? And that's what it's for. Bad and Panada after the content cop dropped.
Today was pretty bad, wasn't it? Really sucked for you. You were so disappointed. The betrayal of one of your closest long-term friends, huh? Tick-tock, though, Ethan. Tick-tock, because this was just a taste. This was just a small part of what we have organized for you. It's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse, Mr. Klein.
Sometimes when Bad and Panada post videos like this, I'm like, dude, cool it. Like, you're warning them too much. I think it's more effective when Ethan gets a hit out of nowhere. And like he's coming around to my position about the anti-Ethan Klein conspiracy because of the way Ethan Klein reacted to the iDubbbz video today. So we're, it's hard to rein him in, but sometimes he can't help but be like, we've got so much more planned for you, Ethan. And he's right, but he shouldn't say it. He shouldn't say it.
Every day, sit there just waiting in misery, in fear of what we have in store for you. Tick-tock goes the clock.
I legitimately love him. I do. Bad and Panada is like one of my favorite content creators. We don't agree on everything, but I don't care. He makes me laugh. You know what else makes me laugh? This TikTok.
Mike from PA, who is as hideous on the inside as he is on the outside, which is rare. Mike from PA, enemy of the show, this dick-riding communist, Bad and Panada, Mike from PA, and Frogan. Fierce warriors. People like all these fucking journalists, Mike from PA, all these people, they are fucking co-signing. They are participating, and they are reading this type of deranged, inhuman cruelty. She's hyping up Mike from PA, who is literally the picture of like, this man he is not a healthy man.
It's so like the delusional nature of these people is absolutely crazy.
I'm calling out supporters of Snark, such as Mike from PA, and all these leftist commentators who think they can get one up on me by sicking and participating and legitimizing the most crazed psychopaths
on the internet.
People tend to hate people who are successful. No, I don't think that's true. I don't think success is what makes people hate you. I think it's success in spite of your efforts. You know what I mean? Like when someone succeeds and you don't want them to succeed, that causes bitterness. That causes you to be a hater. Right? Like if I was failing, you think Ethan Klein would be bringing up 10-year-old articles to try to say that I did X, Y, and Z bad thing? If I wasn't one of the more successful political streamers on Twitch, do you think any of these people would give a fuck about me or bother insulting me?
I mean, every time I look, he has between 7,000 and 8,000 paying members, which is pretty disturbing, but it is what
Chat, we currently have 7,702 paying members. And if so, I want you to know that Ethan Klein is watching right now, 100%. When you subscribe, you are personally hurting Ethan Klein's feelings. Ethan Klein is watching right now. Dan is watching right now. All the people that you despise, they are watching. And the more subscriptions I get, the angrier they get. So if you want to insult Ethan Klein right now, you could do so by subscribing.
it is.
They would ignore me. I wouldn't matter. But the fact that, you know, we find them stupid and we're not intimidated and we're not scared and we're living our best lives, that's what they're mad about. H3, when they found out your average viewership.
3.8K average.
How much?
Right now, the past 30 days, 3.8.
Okay.
Wild.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
the fact that they're able to
Wild.
succeed is a condemnation of the entire movement.
Well, thank you, Ethan Klein, for saying I'm a success. Thank you for saying I'm a success. I appreciate you. I am. I mean, I objectively am. Like, it's one of those things that people don't like about me as I say stuff like this, where I'm like, yeah, I am a successful streamer. I am doing very well. That is one of those things that is uncouth. But thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Anyway, so if you want to piss off Ethan Klein, feel free to subscribe. We are dangerously, you know, he's used to seeing me between 7,000 and 8,000, chat. So if we do get above 8,000, it will give him extra psychic damage. Just, you know, I just wanted to say, if you, or you could support me. You could also support me.
But if you don't have it,
Adam
you
Pod, thank
operate
you so much.
differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more. You maybe say, I'm not going to have my podcast be
Marble
an
Honey for tier 3 for 6 months. Holy shit! A tier 3 for 6 months in advance! My God! That's crazy.
emotional dumping ground for today. You instead say, ooh, it's important that we stay on topic. Also, the H3 community and Ethan himself use the phrase goblin mode all the time to excuse a lot of his shitty behavior or make it seem less bad.
I've been diagnosed with goblin mode, actually.
By claiming that what happens is he just gets into this like uncontrolled state he refers to as goblin mode.
I do not call myself goblin mode.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what you did.
Goblin mode? Is that what you're calling Tourette's now?
To all victims of goblin mode, I would like to issue an apology.
Well, you are goblin mode today. You're goblin mode. Look how many times you paused the
I'm trying,
video.
bro.
And I don't think there's no room for using the term goblin mode. I like the idea that you're defending yourself and the little guy by going goblin mode when a big corporation or a big entity is trying to attack you.
Like, if you fuck me over, if you steal money from me, if you patronize me, if you do any of this shit like you're trying to do to me, to treat me like a fucking idiot, I'm crazy, dude. I've gone fucking goblin mode over way less.
But you not thinking about what you're saying,
Here's the thing. That's what I like about Ethan. Unfortunately, he's goblin mode on Palestinian children in a hospital. He's goblin mode over small content creators that are criticizing Israel's genocide in Gaza. He's goblin mode on anybody who tells him that maybe he looks bad. It's one thing to be goblin mode against a big corporation or a lawsuit troll, which he now is, right? He's now threatening to sue people to extort them, to silence people that criticize him. He made all this money in large part because the internet united behind him as a defender of fair use. And he's now turned around and become the biggest hypocrite.
You know, reflecting on your behavior, not changing your behavior, that's not goblin mode. That's being a child. Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew has been put in the worst working environment that you possibly can be for a fucking podcast. Every crew member has it bad. Like, to be around Ethan, period, would be a nightmare right now.
I'm standing by every fucking syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way,
just don't listen. Your critique of her is correct. It's just, you know, people are sensitive about women being called that word, and so
like, how pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not assuming his pronouns, and fuck all these people. Go ahead.
No,
and I'm not yelling at you. I'm just. Kelly is a black woman, right?
Yes.
Maziel is a
Korean.
Oh, Dan, come on. You're being such a buzzkill. Yeah, I didn't know Korean. I asked if Koreans are POC. God.
You know, Dan's in the bathroom. Let's just not do this right now.
I asked if Korean people are POCs.
The one time the button didn't work and we listened to how he spoke to AB without thinking that the internet was going to hear it, it was rude, it was nasty, and it didn't have this caveat of like, I'm not mad at you. It was anger, and it was uncalled for.
Use, they get access to cover most of it.
You're doing it.
What are you
Making it
doing?
so awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Just like, this is what I'm talking about when it's always like.
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh, no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I'm about finishing Wednesday.
On Friday, maybe. Is it?
You guys, like.
All right, I'm taking my hand off the. What? Okay, well.
I heard all that.
Thanks, button.
And he didn't want to take accountability for it. He immediately wanted to deflect, and he wanted to say that the button fucked him.
First of all, I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it. But it's like every
Nice,
time
113 subs. Thanks, Ethan Klein. Thank you, Ethan Klein.
we do it, it's like the show is what it is, and
I know. It
makes it.
I was being selfish.
No, dude, that button f***ed me, dude. Can you imagine that button f***ing me over like that?
The button fucked you? AB fucked you? Who fucked you? You fucked yourself by being an asshole. He makes it seem like he's not a tyrant of a boss.
We're doing it.
What are you doing?
So awkward and terrible. I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it.
Dan, his producer, is constantly clarifying things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke. Ethan is being overly defensive.
I mean, you know, they like to bully people too. They like to bully people too, iDubbbz. They like to do it too. You know, they'll clarify for the stuff that makes them look really bad. But when they think they can get away with it, they like to do it too. They like to attack Hassan and me. Maybe they haven't done it to you yet, but after the content cop, don't worry, you're going to get it from all of them.
Or he's saying things that are like not true and he's exaggerating.
People saw that. They thought that was what you searched.
This is proof of the thing you said, that Dan makes Ethan's bad stuff look good and protects Ethan Klein and H3. Yeah, he protects H3 to protect himself and his cushy job. It's not like he's doing this because he's a good person or something. He just doesn't want their show to get fucking canceled.
I did not type photo, so I'm just clarifying.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate you doing that. God forbid.
It's okay because I buttoned it.
Why?
Because
it's not that big of a deal, man.
Just like your inability to.
No. Hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well,
you just asked how it changed.
Surprise them on your show.
Okay, all right.
You know, I understand that that's his role, and he's. You know, Ethan's made that his job, or Dan's made it his job. Ethan leans on it so heavily, in the same way that he leans on the button. Ethan is leaning on all of these people to be adults and look after his behavior.
That's exactly what I said about AB and Dan, and people went after me for it, but he's just phrasing it slightly differently. It's fascinating how the exact same argument and thought, when phrased in a slightly different way, can be received by different people differently. Fundamentally, what he's saying here is that Ethan Klein relies on them to clean up their messes. And what I said is that Ethan Klein relies on them to clean up his messes.
And give all of this emotional and empathetic energy for Ethan, but Ethan refuses to give it back to them. Also, let's talk about AB and Lena, two Lebanese employees, and you just continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer, a lot nicer, for you to shut the fuck up about it. You're allowed to do that.
Hezbollah in Syria alone killed double that much. All right, I'm going to move on. I just want to play Hassan talking about bad empanada.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him. because he's putting them in this position every day, right? But it's more important that he gets this shit off his chest. It's more important that he dumps. We're all familiar with Goblin mode. Well, Ethan debuted a new mode recently.
Poopy mode?
And by the way, my ratio is pretty good. Like, I'm looking at like 20 goblin modes to 1 too far. Demon mode, let's call it.
What makes demon mode different than goblin mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see.
So the big one, what he's talking about is he's lost a defamation lawsuit appeal. And so Ethan Klein is being sued for defamation by this guy named Ryan Kavanaugh, who's a very wealthy, either billionaire or near billionaire, who he like basically accused of all sorts of stuff, like heading a Ponzi scheme, that he kind of looks like Harvey Weinstein, the standard Ethan Klein insults. And he was sued by him for defamation. Ethan Klein filed an anti-slap motion, which is basically a strategic lawsuit against public participation. Basically, it is a motion to prevent people from suing you, to stop criticizing them, right? And so Ethan lost his anti-slap motion because he did on his face defame that guy.
See you out there, you fucking...
Is Ethan actually going to do another content nuke on Hassan? No, he's not.
Cockroach.
Ethan, the reason the internet got behind you when you were being sued by Matt Haas or when you were being sued by Ryan Kavanaugh is because people saw you as the underdog. They saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing, and I cannot wait for you guys to read it. At the moment, we are writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people. These public legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit, on Twitter, you're like, I'm hurt. These people are hurting me. What do I do to stop it? There's no...
Well, the thing is, like, he's attacking us. He's attacking Hassan. He's attacking me. He's attacking all these other creators. And most of the people he's picked are people that he's been manipulated to attack by Destiny. There's a reason why I come up so much, right? There's plenty of, pro-Palestinian creators that come up who have commented on this or are friends with Hassan that he hasn't fixated on. Why is he fixated on me? The reason why he's fixated on me is because Destiny and his audience has fed him a bunch of shit about me, or a lot of reasons or clips about me commenting on this. Plenty of people have commented about this, laughed about it, and moved on. And because Destiny's audience doesn't monitor them, it doesn't come in front of Ethan. So Ethan is like fixated on me, even though I don't really give that much of a shit about Ethan. It's just fun to milk him.
Nothing I can do to stop it. I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power. You have
it's the same reason he went after Dan Clancy. Yeah, the reason why Hassan... Yeah, that's a great point, Casey Tron. The reason why Ethan went after Dan Clancy is because Ethan wanted Destiny unbanned, because Destiny and him and their audiences are overlapping in their hatred of Hassan, right? So now Dan Clancy gets brought in. Dan Clancy is just a platform guy. Like, can you imagine Hassan attacking YouTube CEO? Like, it doesn't even come into your fucking mind. It's not even a possibility of Hassan attacking YouTube CEO because of his disagreement with Ethan Klein. But Ethan Klein called Dan Clancy a Nazi pedophile because of this drama. Like, Ethan Klein, you are batshit crazy, dude. And you know what? The thing is, I could tell you all this stuff. And the thing is, I'm a left-winger, which means fundamentally, I believe in rehabilitation. I believe that people can change. I believe that people can learn and improve. But I know you never will. You never will. You could prove me wrong. You could own my ass. In fact, that would probably be the best thing you could do to hurt me, is to like try to make up with Hassan. But guess what? You won't do it because you can't, because you're such a narcissist and you're in such a crash out. And you've surrounded yourself with toxic scumbags. So I'm living on easy street. There's another way of putting it. And thank you, iDubbbz.
Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. Options, you have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich, is you can do all of these things.
I've never want to sue someone for defamation, but like at what point do you kind of fucking have to? I mean, this is like basically someone calling you a pedophile. Be like, yeah, you know, Ethan's a pedophile.
Dan Clancy.
Ethan, you called Dan Clancy a pedophile.
Or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and being
Pedophile. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite. There are certain things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it like actionable, which is like wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile, a sex criminal, a murderer, shit like that. Dan Clancy now, in other words, he is a pedophile.
You have so much less to go off of saying that
than
anybody has about
based
Dream.
on his looks. Just based on his
Well, at least you're self-aware.
That's 100% a joke. I have no evidence to conclude that he is.
One of the more notable...
Wow, what a joke. What a funny joke. This guy has kids.
Legal threats that Ethan has sent out recently is against Noah Samson.
I have nothing but vibes to gain, and potentially your money as well. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages. You're going to be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. 26, you know what I mean? Try 46.
Noah made a video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine. I mean, the way he's talking about Noah on his podcast is so fucking creepy and weird.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show. Upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
Don't say it.
So he's a rape. So of course his standard, I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say, but
Ethan brought on a former partner of Noah to basically just shit talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But that's all that Ethan was able to extract out of it.
You are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
Absolutely. Noah Samson, as far as I know, is not a rapist.
Fuck you to Noah Samson, who's not just a liar and a scumbag, but also a creep. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Now let's talk about the left-leaning Democrat.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intentions is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Cedar, a fellow progressive, a guy that Ethan respects and looks up to.
He works with Sam Cedar at the Majority Report. I respect him and what they do there.
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar. There are very thoughtful, very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to. I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the insinuation that I only listen to other Jewish people? You need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish.
I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that is the.
In what position are you to even say that?
It's not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist Jews.
Seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking tell you. This is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
That's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews at large? I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
See, when Ethan Klein is talking, he represents all Jewish people. But when somebody else who is Jewish, who might have a different perspective exists, they don't get to talk because they're just a token. You see? So it's very simple. I'll give you a little way of understanding how Ethan Klein thinks. If Ethan Klein is saying it, it's very important and true, and how dare you question it. And if somebody else disagrees, well, they're a token liar, and and you shouldn't believe them. It's very straightforward. Just believe Ethan Klein and do what Ethan Klein wants. That's how you're a good person in Ethan Klein's book.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable. You are such a nasty fucking bitch, Ken.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch though.
She is a bitch. She's a
what do you-
fucking bitch.
okay,
You're right.
I'm
I call her a
curious-
see you next Tuesday.
Listen, you have
I'm curious, what do Lena and Sam think about it?
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
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 I feel like that it's for the girlies, Ethan. But I
So
agree.
you guys all seem to be
Yeah.
in consensus that
We
it's in
are.
poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm going to have to pass on saying that.
The infantilization of Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things to figure out where he stands.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was.
First of all, Ethan Klein has never heard what a radical hard left person is like. He has no idea what they're talking about. In fact, even I barely bring it up. Like, there's some left-wing shit, but hard left? There's barely any. Like, I do not attack hard leftists. I think that they might be right. But Ethan Klein has never heard hard left in his fucking life. And he's also not a social democrat.
This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head. I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan? Like, this guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftist on the platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro, I didn't make the fucking leftist program. You did. You made fucking, what, 60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until, Ethan talks about being aware of Hassan's 9/11 comments and then sort of leaves it at that. Like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember him from such classics as...
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism. You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hassan a little bit more and found out what his international politics opinions are. But you wouldn't even need to do that. You can look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes. If you didn't want to go down this route, you shouldn't have done it. But that was your fucking choice. You did it. You are an adult. When Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single person represents all Jews. I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
This is another weird thing.
Oh my God.
Israel, this is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never, I don't believe that that's ever been stated. And I don't think Israel ever explains that it's like, I think Israel has says.
So why are you objecting? Shouldn't you agree? Shouldn't you be like, he's right. Israel doesn't represent all Jews. What's the disagreement? He's right. Why are you saying, oh my God, and getting, and like stopping the video? If they're right that not every one nation doesn't represent Jews, and if Israel doesn't claim to fight for Jews, then why are you pausing? You should be like, they're right.
It's a place where Jews can go.
Israel's just a place Jews can go? With that slogan, we might actually have peace. You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go, Like, sure, it sounds like America to me. Like, all right.
I don't think that Israel said they represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think Israel has said that it represents every last Jew on the planet. I don't think Israel has claimed that. They're not going to say that their most genocidal behavior represents anything to do with them, okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to inexplicably link Israel and Jewishness together, so when they're being criticized, all of a sudden they have the perfect defense. Oh, another thing I need to mention. There was a tier list. It was called the Who Can Say Habibi tier list. It was presented at TwitchCon as like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
Tier list them, and we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't.
And also, we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you got like a white guy who's like, can I say it? Is it a slur? And then Love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Now, when I first saw this tier list, I immediately knew what it was doing. I was like, oh, it's a play on the who has the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list. Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a cultural word amongst Arabic-speaking people and Muslim people. Like, that is a word that's used. Habibi, it means my love. Oh no, don't do that, Habibi. Oh yes, Habibi. You're my Habibi, I'm your Habibi. So yes, it's meant to be a fun way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and happy about it, because it's not like they have massive representation on the platform.
Making a tier list based on race, and nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel? Where at the top it says Jewish. It's a tier list based on Arab to Jew. He's Arab, which is good. That's the best thing you can be on this. That's the best. This is racist.
By the way, there is an Jewish Arab man on the panel. I just want you to understand that, chat. There is a Jewish Arab on the panel. Like, what are you talking about? Being Jewish and being Arab are not mutually exclusive, and nobody said they were. That's why this entire bad faith interpretation by Ethan Klein is so revealing for him being a liar. And he knows that, right? He knows that Raph is a Jewish man, and he's been told that time and time again, yet he keeps spreading this lie. And he spreads this lie because he's a liar who you cannot believe about anything.
I will say that conveying information through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle. He did a white slurs tier list with Hassan.
Cracker.
I mean, you know what my take is.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's
racist. That's what Asmongold would say. Asmongold would be like, a Jewish man and a Turk are making a white person tier list. That's racist. Asmongold would probably argue that neither one of them are. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what Asmongold would say. Never mind. I'm not gonna put it. Maybe certain right wingers would say that Turks aren't white. Other right wingers would say Greeks aren't white. Other right wingers would say Italians aren't white. Some right wingers might even say that Spanish people or Portuguese people aren't white.
Gotta be at least a D, right?
Pale face motherfucker.
Pale face. I mean, again, I think that's an F. Hog.
So Hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and Hassan feel as though they are white guys, so they felt very.
I use Hog to mean right winger. Hog is our Gasano. For me, Hog is Gasano. Like, it's the same thing as Gasano, which is, you know, it's a catch-all. It's a political, you know, slur, not a racial thing for me. I think hogs tend to be. It's like hogs tend to be white people because conservatives tend to be white, but the hog doesn't have to be white. So I don't think that's even on that list.
Comfortable talking about white slurs on their tier list.
I think I'm more white than you. What do you think?
I think I'm white. Like, I'm super white.
Can you understand why Arabs might feel comfortable talking about Arab shit on their tier list?
America considers Turks white, but Europeans don't consider Turks white. That shows you something very interesting, by the way. Whiteness is made up. Whiteness is made up. And you might even say like light-skinned Turks are accepted as white and light-skinned Arabs are accepted as white, but darker-skinned people are, you know, it's the same thing with Hispanic people. Maybe it's a continuum, you know? Race is made up.
Ethan, you're the white guy. You think you're more white than Hassan.
I think I'm more white than you.
So yeah, the white guy can say all the things that he wants, like cracker. But the Arabs can't have their tier list.
I would put him also an Arab. I know Turkish people are different.
Notice how they dropped the premise almost immediately that it's about who can say Habibi. And then it's like Hassan, okay, actually he's Arab. We fucking love him. He's dope. He's Arab.
Habibi is an Arabic word. That is an Arabic word, Ethan.
Funny about this whole thing is that they say Habibi in Israel. Again, people underestimate just how like mixed Israeli culture is. Like
we say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
This is racist.
If you're not Arab or understand
what race
Arab...
is Ethan Klein claiming? What race are they racist against? Is Ethan Klein claiming that Jewishness is a race? He's claiming that like Jews from Ethiopia are the same race as Ashkenazi Jews from Northern Europe. That's what he's claiming. That is fucking Nazi shit. Like, what are you talking about? That's crazy. Now, I've heard people describe Jewishness as an ethno-religion. It has been described that way by right-wing Jewish people. But I don't think that's properly accepted by everyone, that Jewishness equals race. Jewishness is a religion. You can convert to Judaism. You cannot convert to white
culture at all, which is a lot of Americans. And Ethan Klein presents you this tier list and calls it anti-Semitic. You're just going to eat it up. It's not. Ethan is just proving his location on this tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand
Nick Fuentes.
Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat Sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat Sabra.
Oh, no. Ew. What? Anissa. Okay, Anissa, I know this isn't true. This is the most offensive part of the video. Sabra hummus is dog shit. It's actually disgusting. Like this, he's lying. This is like self-deprecating humor, right? This is self-deprecating. There's no way Anissa is serving this man Sabra hummus. There is no fucking way. Get yourself Kirkland brand at Costco. Get Boar's Head. Just make it yourself. Anything. But Sabra.
A lot of the times it's all that's in the store. And I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it. But it is not the good...
No! Edit this video right now. Never. I mean, I think it's a joke. I think this is a joke.
Shit. Like the average Arab American, they're gonna go in the store and the only option they have is fucking Sabra. And that sucks that's the only option, right? Arab communities and
chat. I just want to pause this for a second. 2.9 million views for the content comp of H3, and the content nuke is only at 3 million views after 2 months. After less than 24 hours, the content cop has almost caught up with the content nuke in views. Hold on, let me click on this for likes.
Not the good shit.
The likes, 222,000 likes. 222,000 likes. They're only 5,000 likes behind the content nuke. The content cop is within 5,000 likes and 300,000 views of catching the content nuke within 24 hours. It's only been 21 hours, less than 24 hours in. Oh my God. Make sure you like this video, chat. I'm going to go ahead and share this. Everybody, if you've watched this already, I don't care. Click this. Click this link right now. Click this link right now. Click it, click it, click it. Click it. Make sure you're liked. Banger. Banger. That's all I'm going to comment. How the fuck does Ethan have millions of views on anything? Well, it was like every right-winger and Zionist promoted this video. You know, every single one of Hassan's stalker content, the commentary slop tubers, the right-wing grifters, the anti-Hassan people, they all promoted this like crazy, as hard as they could. That's incredible. That's incredible stuff.
Distribution facilities are not widespread across the U.S. So what are they left with? They're left with...
Mike, this is an essential analysis. Ethan genuinely thinks that being a Zionist is an integral part of Jewishness because Raf and Matt Lieb are anti-Zionists. They are tokens and quote not real Jews. Ethan isn't a liar. He's just a bit. I mean, I think you're right. I was just trying to make a point that what Ethan Klein was saying was actually exclusionary and racist.
A common, relatable, shitty hummus, which is Sabra. And what's so fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days, he goes on to talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his show.
I don't think anybody prefers Sabra over homemade like restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weirdly fluffy.
Permission to shit on Sabra hummus granted. Thank you. Thank you, Ethan Klein.
It is fluffy.
Weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and eat it. It's not the best.
The problem is with Sabra, in my opinion, it's only good for the first 2 days.
For some reason, like when you eat this Sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier. Imagine eating a whole fucking vat of Sabra. That's crazy.
Yeah. I've never liked hummus.
Oh, okay.
Well, you hate Jews then.
I don't know.
And Arabs.
Yeah.
This is racist.
Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about Sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being at all related to a Jewish thing or an Israeli thing. He can have that discussion as much as he wants on his podcast because we all know his intentions aren't anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
The Zionism is leading to not accepting other cultures, embracing their own culture, and instead thinking that that is an attack on you. There's this incident on the podcast where they were reacting to Judy Cinderella.
Speaking of Sabra is a target, one of the core targets of BDS, and so is SodaStream. So I highly recommend DrinkMate, which I think is made in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And if there's any problem with DrinkMate, please let me know so I could smash it with a hammer. But if it's related to Israel in any way, let me know so I could smash it with a hammer. But I'm pretty sure that DrinkMate is just an American-made alternative to SodaStream. Now I like my bubbly water. So I make my bubbly water so I drink more water. Because I'm one of those people who's like, you know, I gotta have the seltzer, man. I gotta have that to ensure that I am drinking enough during the day, and you know, just to save the calories from soda. I've tried to be healthy and you know, improve my diet and improve my health without taking pharmacological things. Because I don't know about you guys, but I just don't trust Ozempic. Maybe it's just me. And I have, you know, maybe it's because I went to law school and I took scientific evidence and I studied product liability law. There's just been so many drugs that have come out that have resulted in horrible side effects that if it's something that is not like medically necessary for me to live, I don't want to take it. I don't want to opt in to any medical intervention. Like I just have like this bias against it. Maybe it's, you know, law school taught me that doctors kill people all the time. I'm not saying that medical science is wrong or bad or that you should go to the doctor. You should. In fact, I should go to the doctor more. I have straight white man syndrome where I never go to the doctor. But when you're talking about something as you know, ultimately unserious as my own personal vanity as a middle-aged man, I don't want to take Ozempic. You know what I mean? Even if people are going to call me chubby or whatever, I've lost a lot of weight. I've lost 20 pounds since I moved from Vegas. So I'm pretty happy of that, but I still got a gut. I'm still a little bit plump, you know, let's be honest. I probably need to lose another 20. And that being said, I just don't trust. I'm not going to do Ozempic for 20 pounds. You know what I mean? Like, come on. You're like, come on. I just need to work out more. I need to watch my diet. I could do this. I already have a SodaStream that was gifted to me before I was aware of the BDS shit. Is there a non-proprietary CO2 tank that I could put it in? What you could do is you could get I actually recommend you get a larger, if you have the space, get a larger CO2 tank to fill an adapter to fill your own shit, because then it makes the soda really cheap. And there's so many food grade CO2 like, you know, companies in every major city. You could get it done. I trust you. We've been trying to find problems with Ozempic left and right ever since it came out, but generally we can't find any issues with it. It's literally a miracle drug. That might be true. That might be true. I'm not saying you shouldn't take Ozempic, especially if you're like obese. If you want to take Ozempic, take Ozempic. It's good. You know, losing weight is one of the best ways to improve your health. Objectively, this is not fat phobia. This is just being obese is really bad for your longevity and your cardiovascular health. It just is. That's what the science says. It's not fat phobia. That's just reality. Okay. And I'm not saying you can't be big and healthy. Of course you can be big and healthy. If you're active, if you're working out a lot, but you're a little bit bigger, that's a little bit different than people that are sedentary and also obese. That's a different thing. That's a different category. And I think we all can talk about this without becoming like, you know, without spinning ourselves into the ceiling. All I'm saying is if you want to take Ozempic, take Ozempic. Me personally, I'm conservative in that sense. I'm too conservative. Like, I'm not going to get plastic surgery. I'm not going to get Botox. I'm not going to get, you know, things like that. So why would I, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm already somebody who is, you know, staying away from medical interventions. Mike's a conservative. Let me just say this. I'm conservative in a lot of ways. And what I mean by that is not politically conservative, but just like in my personal life, I'm a monogamist at this point. Like, you know, as far as like, I don't really do hard drugs. I very rarely drink, you know, I have an IRA that I put money into. Like, I think about the future, you know, I like Labrador retrievers, you know, in a lot of ways. I own a gun or two or three or more. IRA, yes, the Irish Republican Army. No, I mean the individual retirement account. Like, you know, I have a lot of things that are old white man syndrome shit. I have jorts, you know, like things like that. Do I let dogs kiss your face? Of course. Of course. Is that even a question? If a dog wants to lick your face, you let the dog lick your face. And then you go like, oh, that was gross, but it was funny. It was fun. You enjoy it. It's nasty. You wash your face afterward, but when it happens, it's joyful. This is just like, what is wrong with people? Are you the type of kids that never played in the mud? This is what I'm talking about. If you let old dogs lick you, it smells like death. That's not true. Not all dogs have really bad breath. Bad dog breath is like a symptom of something, usually.
And Ethan was laughing during it. So that ended up being a pretty important wake-up call for Ethan. He made an apology video directed at Cutie Cinderella, and it was graded by a professional psychologist, Dr. Kirk Honda of Psychology.
Mike, if I go to TwitchCon, can we do old man things? Maybe.
In Seattle. And Ethan got an A+ rating.
In terms of a public apology,
Dogs don't usually lick their butt for fun. Dogs have this anal gland that needs to be expressed, and if it gets irritated or it gets inflamed, then it can become painful for them. So if you're not aware of dog health, if you're not like taking care of them, sometimes they try to express it themselves. They do this by like rubbing their ass on the carpet or on grass. Sometimes they'll like try to lick it. So that's usually a sign that they're in distress. Like when a dog is listening, they don't just lick their butt for fun. They're licking it because they're in pain or uncomfortable, or they have worms or something. So dogs are actually not as gross as a lot of people who don't know anything about dogs think. Hey, I let a dog lick my face, but you made fun of me for not having a top sheet a few days ago. Sheets make you cooler, Wizzle. They make sleeping in bed cooler. That's the entire point.
A+.
Ethan won't stop talking about his A+ rating.
You know, he rated my apology to Cutie Cinderella a perfect score, a perfect 10.
A perfect 10 out of 10?
Literally 10 out of 10. Go back. I can teach you how to make a good apology. I'm the best at
10
it.
out of 10.
I know what a perfect apology is, lady. You fucking don't. Is my perfect apology in this PowerPoint? Dude, I got a perfect 10 out of 10. This one is actually best apology, so. Ethan Klein, you guys, oh my God.
I was trying really hard to think about an impactful moment during this video. Like, could I do something that would really wake Ethan up? And I don't know if this came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of getting Ethan's grade changed from an A to a B at least. So I went to visit Psychology in Seattle. I'm not confident that Kirk will change his grade, but it's worth trying. And, you know, we might learn a thing or two.
Xander! Probably get pretty low marks. Unlike me, perfect score, 10. I said, hey, Lud, no wig drama. Why are you such a spineless coward of a person now that you've inserted yourself and your girlfriend into this conversation?
Okay, iDubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology as I see it without taking any consideration of prior or future behavior. If you're wanting me to comment on the overall behavior or the recent behavior from the clips that you have shown me, I believe that Ethan is a good person and that eventually he will feel sorrow and will feel sorry and will apologize, and I will be there to evaluate that apology when it happens, which I know it will.
Oh, bro! Can I just say, like, that the phrase "good person" is the most meaningless phrase that has ever been uttered and is consistently uttered by the most vacuous people on the fucking planet. And even people, you know, and I've tried my best to cut it out of my vocabulary completely. I'm so tired of people going, so-and-so is a good person, which really just means, narcissist translator, so-and-so helps me and doesn't ever do anything that makes me feel bad. It's very self-centered statement. It's not a statement of like, I've evaluated this person's life and I know that they're a good person and, you know, they treat others well. It's a self-centered position of like, this person treats me well, right? Like, good person doesn't mean anything except that. And so I've tried to cut it out of my vocabulary because it's redundant. If I like a person, that means they probably treat me pretty well, right? But it doesn't mean that they're taking care of all the shit in their life, because I can't possibly know that because I'm not them. So when I hear someone leading with so-and-so is a good person, I'm like, if they were such a good person, you would lead with an example, not a conclusion. You know, that's another thing that I would really recommend you start doing, chat. Just like to think more critically in your life. Here's a good tip. When people lead with the conclusion instead of the argument, then maybe you should be a little bit more skeptical. When somebody tells you what to think or what to believe, and they don't provide you with the reasons and the arguments, maybe you should be more skeptical of what they want, because they're trying, in my opinion, to manipulate you. And so I think I've learned that as a content creator. I've seen so many people attack me with nothing but conclusions, right? No arguments, no quotes of what I've said, but just conclusions about who I am. And I noticed that, and I was like, huh, interesting. You know, if I'm such a bad guy, you should be bringing up the arguments I make and how they contribute to a worse world. And like, then we could have a conversation about what I was talking about. If we could, that would be good faith, right? That would be, Mike, you said this, I disagree with it. Where were you coming from? Why? What did you mean? This person felt that it meant this. Is that true? That would be a way of like actually discussing things with me in a sense of wanting to get mutual understanding. And then if I double down or I don't deal with what your argument is, well, then you can draw a conclusion about my, you know, consistency or correctness on that point. I clicked on your stream from the main page on Twitch. I probably am just in your algorithm. I doubt that I'm on like the carousel. I haven't been on the carousel ever. I've never technically been on the front page of Twitch, I don't believe.
This guy stinks! Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade. But that's okay, because this is the internet. Anyone can have their own official apology rating system. So I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-. That's just based on my own feelings and my own rubric. When Psychology in Seattle was watching these video clips of Ethan, he said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit, because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops that I think should have been, and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think, at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human, because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that
Can I just pause it for a second here and say, I don't think Ethan Klein deserves this. I don't think Ethan Klein deserves this. Like, I get what you're trying to do, but fundamentally, Ethan Klein needs to be given the energy back that he puts out into the world, because that's the only way bullies learn, right? Like, bullies have to be rebuffed. And Ethan Klein, as you said earlier in the video, is getting babied constantly by everybody. This is another way of babying Ethan Klein. So, I mean, we could watch it and we could laugh, but like at the end of the day, I just think that it's just an attempt to try to reach Ethan when he's malicious, man. It's malicious. He's a malicious guy, and like that's what he's about. So he's not coming back.
Respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over.
Ethan was making fun of you throughout his reaction and you didn't even take part. Why are you becoming his target? Like, I get you called him out on his Zionism, but he thinks he can just constantly bring you up to because Destiny. It's a Destiny thing. Like, Ethan, like, I was a Destiny enemy when I was a 200 viewer streamer, and that's what it is. And because Destiny's community has gone into Ethan Klein's community and wears his community like someone who's cut somebody else's face off, it's the frazzle drip community. I'm an enemy of Destiny, therefore I must become an enemy of Ethan. And so anytime I say anything about Ethan, they're going to post it on the Discord, or they're going to post it in the subreddit, and Ethan's going to see it. And, ultimately, I love it because my biggest fans are, you could just see this, right? Like when Destiny declared me an enemy, I think it was, I want to say it was November 2019 or October 2019. When did Destiny call me his enemy once and for all? It was somewhere in there. It was somewhere around here on the chart. You know what I mean? So like Ethan Klein declared me. When did he say that I was his, when did he say I was enemy of the show? Was it like around here? When was I declared enemy of the show? It's just another boost for me, because what happens is people come and they watch me. And if you are progressive inclined at all, you're probably going to stick around. I have some of the highest rate of retention of all time. Like I am, this is literally a fucking fact of Twitch that my stream has some of the highest retention rates of any stream. If somebody clicks on my stream, they're much more likely to become a permanent watcher than almost any other stream on the entire platform. So like the more people you send my way, the better I'm going to do. It's just straightforwardly true. So like, again, I don't mind. Bring me up. Go on. Attack me all you want.
The average Arab American, they're going to go in the store and the only...
I came because Hassan was banned and you were suggested to me by Twitch. Stayed because I was drawn in by your takes and pushed back on doomerism. Yeah, that's one of my many takes.
Only option they have is fucking Sabra, and that sucks that's the only option.
And by the way, if you're new here or you came from Hassan or whatever, Hassan and I are buds. Like he is without a doubt the single creator who's helped me the most. I've been on his stream a dozen times. I was on election night and I told all the liberals that I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. And I was absolutely furious. I called the election perfectly. I told him early on in the night that she had lost Pennsylvania, and like, I'm sorry, but it is what it is. And you know what? We're buddies and pals, and whenever we see each other, it's another reinforcement of the work that we're doing.
Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the U.S. So what are they left with? They're left with a common, relatable, shitty hummus, which is...
Sorry, chat. I clicked on the wrong thing. I had multiple of these open. Sorry. This is the one we were watching.
Or anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even be...
Brainworm says, I'm a 54-month sub to Hassan and a 51-month sub to you. I've never unsubbed or skipped a sub to either of you over that time period, and I tier 3 to you for a long while. Mike, you did vote, did you? Yes, I did. I voted. I already showed my ballot. I voted for PSL for president. And I voted Democrat down ballot. I've said this so many times. Why do people think this is confusing? And I voted for all the left-wing candidates when I had the opportunity and voted left-wing on all ballot measures. Why do people think this is so confusing?
Began this journey to leave behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein, I think that when you are...
What's PSL? The Party of Socialism and Liberation. It was one of the third parties. Do you think Ethan will double down on this? Yes. Yes. Ethan Klein is a narcissist. Ethan Klein cannot help but double down. He cannot help but triple down. He can never be wrong. He can never reflect. His frame has been broken. His persona has been attacked. He is on rails. He is an automaton. There's nothing that we could do or say that will knock him off. He's on this. He's committed. He's been narcissistically focused. He's on narcissistic smear campaign. And honestly, every time he does it, I say thank you because it helps me. It helps me again. It keeps me relevant. Like this iDubbbz thing is a perfect example. Like I wasn't in the iDubbbz H3 content cop, right? And so therefore I would not be getting much promotion from it because I wasn't in it, right? But he brings me up and then everybody is talking about me. And so I'm getting specifically talked about more than some of the people that were in it because of the fact that he's fixated on me. So in a sense, he made this a win for me. So you helped Republicans by not voting for Kamala. All right, you got it. Actually, Kamala helped the Republicans by being the nominee and losing.
Are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. H3 used to be the sports for good that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stung. I hope you really hear this and I wish you the best.
I think Ethan Klein. By the way, chat, Frogan is honestly an H3 fan. Frogan still thinks the crew is like savable. You know, this like Ethan, in fact, Ethan Klein's like hatred of Frogan began when she kind of subtweeted about being unfollowed by him because after October 7th. Like she's you know, she's still kind of an H3 fan even after all this shit. Even after being declared numero uno enemy. And it's like, you know, I don't mind being right about the crew first. You guys will, after this, I can't wait to see how the crew reacts. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe they'll tell Ethan that maybe he should rate it in. Maybe this will be the moment. Like this is a traumatic moment for Ethan Klein. Like if you look at the content nuke, it's at 3.3 million views from over 2 months, almost 3 months ago, right? And this content cop, less than 24 hours, is at almost 3 million views. The content cop has 234,000 likes. That's 5,000. Okay, it's now more likes than the content nuke on Hassan Piker. The content cop now has more likes on it than his video does after 3 months. More likes in less than 1 day. And it's going to pass him in views already. Brown people have to be exceedingly gracious. Being a dick is a privilege. I actually agree with that. The one thing I would say to that is, if I, as a white man, am being a dick to people that deserve it, you know, maybe evaluate what I'm saying versus who I am as a person. You know what I mean?
You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stung. I hope you really hear this and I wish you the best.
I think Ethan Klein rocks a buzz cut pretty good, and I think he's got a good choice of facial hair. I think it's really cool what he did 8 years ago, fighting that frivolous lawsuit. That was pretty fucked up, and fighting it, you know, he changed YouTube for the better. And I thought that was cool because I thought it was like he was fighting for free speech.
You know, I also see
now he's trying to deplatform everybody because we criticized Israel.
Dynamic of Ethan and Elon. Like, fuck, like it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
And I have been kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more pulled up, a feeling of almost infallibility that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes
And then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive and nasty and not really processing them in a healthy way.
I want to say one more thing on the content cop. What this part where iDubbbz opens up and gets teary-eyed talking about the pain he feels seeing his partner attacked online and being powerless to stop it, and then putting it in the content nuke. I could tell you right now, this is incredibly, incredibly brave shit. This is something that Ethan Klein could never do, because the first thing that right-wings, grifters are going to attack you is for, you cried like a girl, that's gay. And when they see that something hurts you, they're going to double down on it and they're going to do it more. So the fact that, and he knows that. So the fact that he showed this emotional vulnerability at this point, the same time that everybody is complimenting Ethan and reaching out, it says a lot. And you can kind of see the type of person somebody is with how they react to this. This is what a real man is like. A real man stands up for these people. A real man is emotionally vulnerable. I don't know that I could have done that, because I personally believe the best way to handle hate is to never show any pain. When somebody hits you at a sore spot publicly, you don't flinch. And so for iDubbbz to say, nonetheless, I'm going to show vulnerability. I'm going to show things hurt me. I'm going to reach out and be emotionally vulnerable for Ethan. That shows me incredible bravery that I don't know that I could do. And so I really, really admire that. And I think iDubbbz is cool as shit. And I also think
Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
Mike, did I play hockey? Yes. Yeah, I played ice hockey.
Okay, your middle name is Macho, but I'm one.
Shot about this clip.
We're watching Hassan watch it, and I want Hassan watch it, and Hassan doesn't have a nice thing about Ethan. And the chat asked what I'm thinking. I'm like, wait, you didn't do a nice thing about Ethan? And he was like, no. And I'm like, wait, that was an option? I could have just said no.
What are the most
Mr. Charitability over here. Mr. Charitability over here.
John DeBlack,
said
everybody.
no to saying a nice thing about Ethan, but I did. All right.
My reaction to this is one of the most important things I ever learned in philosophy class was the concept of radical freedom. You can always say no. You can always say no. There is no you have to do shit. Now there's going to be consequences, and maybe the consequences are really bad, and maybe somebody will try to force you, but you can always say no. You have radical motherfucking freedom.
Oh my God. He's actually so fucking soy. No shot he did it. Oh God. Let me get a Soylent. Tell me. Chat will start spamming at us.
He's so soy. Let me get my soy meal replacement diet drink. Chat, I like the fact that we live in a world where people don't use slurs on a regular basis. But it's very fascinating that the people that are the most slurrable are the ones that want the slurs back. That's the thing that's crazy to me. It's like, this motherfucker wants to run around saying the N-word when he's like, if the slurs were back on the menu, if we were in a free slur zone, you would be absolutely buried in it.
Second. Unreal. Oh my goodness. Ethan said he was going to come back and do a content cop again. And everybody was theorizing who it was going to be on. And in my private chat,
I didn't have to theorize. I knew who it was. I knew exactly who it was going to be about. I lied because I wanted this to land like this. I knew, and I kept it secret just so I could watch you all squirm. Let's go.
shots. It settled on either me or Ethan, although I don't think I'm a large enough figure or that as much that he would cover.
Oh, I think he should do one on you. I think you should be next. Yours would be even funnier.
And he did a fucking content cop on Ethan. Look at the description. Thanks for the creators who helped put this together. Hassan Denims, Sean DeBlack threatened to kill me, by the way. Never got banned from Twitch for it. Frogan, Kirk Honda, Psychology in Seattle, Noah Sampson, Matt Lieb. Oh my God. This might be the most soy cast of people I've ever seen in my entire fucking
Guys, he called him soy, and he's the Chad.
life. Matt Lieb is an insane, radical, crazy lefty dude. I think it's Francesca's husband, but like, holy shit.
He's so soy. That's why he's got those guns in his background. He's not soy at all.
5 hours ago, almost 1 million views.
When Psychology in Seattle was, he said that it looks like Ethan could. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me to hear that shit because what would he say? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping. He needs.
So true. So literally true. Oh man, the soy reaction.
Oh my God.
I mean, like, legitimately, if there wasn't a Destiny, conservatives would have to invent him. He's like exactly what they want in every way. Holy shit.
Oh, and that's fine if you pretend, but don't pretend like you care about mental health or any of that cringe shit. Just be based. Tell people to kill themselves. Make fun of people who are on SSRIs. Make fun of people who have depression or anxiety or GD. Just do that. Just embrace the I can't say the words on stream anymore. All the slurs and everything you used to. Just do that. Go full in on it. But don't do this lefty bullshit of like, oh, you're presenting, these criticisms of what another person is saying. Well, maybe you're actually just fucking crazy, dude. Did you ever think that maybe every single thing you're saying is just the result of some huge mental health ailment that you're not capable of perceiving? But me, who exists, by the way, among the ranks of your harshest critics who constantly perceive, maybe I am able to perceive that thing that you're not. And I am able to diagnose you with that problem. And I am able to tell that every single thing you're saying is just coming from a place of deep insecurity and deep depression.
Like, legitimately, I will say this. Destiny is the ultimate conservative content creator in that there is absolutely no substance to it at all. It's all soy emotion shit. It's all aggrievement. It's all whining bullshit. Like, he is at, like, I can't wait for him finally to do the pivot. Maybe when Donald Trump's out of office and AOC is the nominee, he could finally do the fucking pivot to the right wing that he's been desperate to do. But his entire fucking career was being a Joe Biden dick rider and an anti-left winger in the Democratic Party. But now he's kind of been canceled for being a sexual creep, and he's being sued in court for his sex crimes. So, when AOC wins the nomination and, people like me and, Hassan are fucking like headlining speeches during the presidential campaign, he could soy the fuck out and endorse JD Vance or whatever the hell he's going to do. If he hasn't already, retired.
Depression, and you just need to log off and touch grass and take a break. Like, this is the worst type of gaslighting in the universe. The internet was a better place when Ian just said the N-word. Like, it is the most mask-on, deranged type of criticism that will make...
No, he's legitimately narcissistically having a breakdown, dude. Like, you don't have to be a psychiatrist to see it. He's hanging out with Trump-supporting Nelk boys. He's still personal friends with a guy who is a civilian member of Hezbollah, but he's attacking Hassan and his friends. Like, it's pretty clear that it's not about a consistent philosophical or political point. And yet you're a baby-brained little bitch. And this is basically soy whining.
You feel fucking...
The internet was a better place when Ian just said the N-word. He's so right. Wow, guys. Wow, Ice Poseidon post. The internet was a better place when Destiny was failing at semi-pro StarCraft. Pathetic. Did I hear about the mass shooting of Florida State? I did. Oh, God. Okay, let's get some of your favorite clips of the reactions to this video now.
Yeah. Yeah. Bro, just to give you an idea, he puts this here. This is like a extremely rare dunny that we gave them. This is like ancient lore stuff, but like we made a special one just for them. Like actual friendship stuff. Pretty nuts.
He starts just railing the dunny up the ass. Oh, man. guys' favorite clips on this? What's your favorite reactions? Your favorite like Ethan Klein meltdown moments? Help me help you make this content even better. God, dude. Did I see the Frogan react? No. No. No, I don't think so. Oh, wait. We have Hassan's conclusion. Let's watch Hassan's reaction. His reaction.
In spite of everything that he's done, I still want him to get better. I still want him to, you know, take some time off, really reconsider what he's done this entire time and get better. I mean, yeah, he made a 3-hour doc about you specifically, so yeah, you'll always be a villain to him. I know. That's what I mean. It's just like I have maintained that level of charity to this day, and that hasn't changed. And some people even say, oh, you just want him to get better because you want him to stop talking about you. And it's like, yeah, there's a level of self-interest there for sure.
Honestly, like, I don't think it matters. Like, I actually don't think it matters. Personally, I want my enemies to just be my enemies. You know what I mean? Like, I'm okay with that. Maybe it's because I'm a little bit older than Hassan, or maybe it's because I have kind of accepted the fact that we're in a kind of political warfare period of our history where just going along to getting along and being a centrist is just not going to work anymore. All right, hold on. Let's finish this and then we'll get into more politics. Like, I just think it's silly to even imagine that he could get better. He is a Zionist. He supports what Israel is doing. He wants Israel to be an apartheid state. He wants it to have he wants it to be a Jewish state. He wants it to be a Jewish supremacist state. He's okay with what's going on. Fundamentally, he doesn't want Israel to be harmed. He'll never, ever, ever, never, ever, ever, ever tolerate people like us. He just won't.
It doesn't really matter. Like, Ethan trying to tarnish my name, Ethan trying to come after me, has demonstrably not worked. He's not the first person that has decided, I have a political disagreement with this person and I'm going to do everything in my power to constantly call this guy a piece of shit and make my audience hate him. This is my entire career. I'm a leftist online, dude. What are you talking about? I'm live 8 to 10 hours every day. Of course, I open myself up to attacks just on that alone in perpetuity.
Do we not promote rehabilitation for most ideology offenders? I think you guys have a hard time understanding some really basic things, and I'm going to slow it down and I'm going to explain it to you once. So listen up. This is very important. You are not the same as me. You are not the same as Ethan. You are not the same as Hassan. You are not the same as other content creators. I'm on this side of the camera. You're on the other side of the camera. Now, why is that important? It is important because when people are on this side of the camera, who they are is the show. What they believe is the show. You could change your mind, and you are free to change your mind. If I were to suddenly say, I think right-wingers are correct, my show is going to be over, right? Like, I will have to rebuild from scratch because the left-wingers in my audience, the ones that I don't change their minds of, they're going to leave. So there's now an incentive for me to have positions, right? Now, I personally don't care. I have the positions that I have, that I believe, and I will never be fake because I don't want to live like that, and I have the luxury right to do so. I am confident in my ideological firmness and the takes that I have, and I believe what I believe, and I'm not reliant on any of you for my takes. My takes are my takes. I'm not reading Twitter for a take. I'm not looking at what Hassan says for a take. I have my takes, and they're my takes, and I have complete and utter freedom. Now, if they line up with other people, great. If I build up my audience, great. But I have my takes because I have my takes. For Ethan Klein to change his mind, for these right-wingers who make content to change their minds, they have to basically give up. It's basically quitting your job and starting from scratch. They will never do it. All right? And when they do actually do it, it's going to most of the time be a content play. They're making a decision for money reasons. They're not like you. They're not normal human beings. They are content creators. And so the reason why I can confidently say Ethan won't change his mind is because of material analysis, which was what we do here on the left. I try to figure out systems by asking myself one important question. Cui bono? Who benefits? Who's making money? The reason why I'm confident AB is not going to suddenly quit and start, is not going to help heal the rift is because he's paid to be Ethan's assistant. And so his paycheck is lined up with Ethan's interest. So he will, over the course of time, align himself with Ethan's interest. This is not because I dislike AB. It's because I have materialist analysis. If he had principle about this issue, he would have quit 6 months ago. And so that is why I get to be right early, because I ground my analysis in material analysis. I don't ground it in my psychological evaluation of people's personalities. I ground it in where is the money going, who is paying the money, who is supporting who is friends with who. And so, yes, if Ethan Klein actually did prove me wrong and drop everything and changed his mind and apologized and declared free Palestine and started pushing his audience to the left, I would embrace him like a brother. But he won't. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that he will, because it's insulting to your intelligence. It's insulting to my intelligence. But if he proves me wrong, I will change my mind.
How much they give you?
20 grand, man. And of course, I still get to keep the rug.
Just for making the handoff?
Yeah. They gave dude a beeper. Also, whenever these guys call.
What if it's during a game?
Oh, I told them if it was during league play.
What's during league play?
Life does not stop and start at your convenience, you miserable piece of shit.
I figure.
What's wrong with Walter, dude?
I figure it's easy money. It's all pretty harmless. She probably kidnapped herself.
Huh?
Oh,
what do you mean, dude?
Rug peers did not do this. Look at it. A young trophy wife marries this guy for his money. She figures he isn't giving her enough. She owes money all over town.
Fucking.
It's all
bitch.
goddamn fake, man. It's like Lenin said. You look for the person who will benefit, and
I am the walrus.
you'll you know what I'm trying to say.
I am the walrus.
That fucking bitch.
The Big Lebowski, dude. It's such a classic, man. Cinema. What a masterpiece.
Ooh, Ethan will not.
Anyway, long story short, content creators are not human beings. You're right to believe that, right? You're right to believe that, and you're right to be suspicious of their motivations.
The last person that comes after me and kind of loses their mind in the process. So yes. And Steiny asked me this question as well, ironically enough, on the podcast that we did. And I said the same thing there. I wish him well. I don't think that all of this stuff that he's engaged in is good for his mental health. And it feels like it's so bad for his own personal mental health that like it unironically is visible.
At first, you're like, this sucks. I'll start looking for another job and deal with it. I can leave. Then when it's clear that leaving means a significant pay cut and maybe you feel stuck because expenses, insurance, whatever, your brain starts to try to make it easier, less constantly painful. You start to rationalize and shift. And maybe you hate it, but also your days get easier. Our conscious brains are rationalizing super machines. What we do is we do behaviors and then we come up with excuses for what we've done in our head. That's what our intellect primarily goes to, coming up with rationalizations. And so when somebody is like making 6 figures or more, solidly into 6 figures because they're a podcast co-host, they're not leaving that job. They're not going to leave that job for their principles. And either you think they should or you don't really care. If you don't, if you don't mind making propaganda for Israel for money, then that's who you are. And I'm not going to pretend that you're a good guy because you were nice to me, one time.
Visibly deteriorating him. He considers me to be, and judging by what he has said, and that's just scratching the surface. Like, iDubbbz did not tackle most of it. Ethan announced he's spending his summer break to do a part 2 of Context Nuke. I think eventually this is going to turn into him just rehashing it over and over again, and finding new things to yell about until it's just like an audience of 10 people.
My favorite thing about what's going on with Ethan is that Ethan Klein doesn't understand that when we say it's Destiny's community behind a lot of this stuff, he thinks that we're just making it up. And that's good because I don't want him to believe me. I want him to not believe me. I want him to think I'm manipulating him because it's so fun for me because I get to speak the truth to Ethan and he'll never listen to me and he'll just keep tripping over his own dick. And this is my favorite part. Ethan Klein will not be able to make a video that actually hits because he's going to be relying on people who already hate me and Hassan. And so what they clap like seals for, regular people are just going to go like, huh? What? Huh? Like, they're not going to care. And yet, but Ethan Klein is, since he's taking his clips and he's getting his indications from Destiny, basically weirdo snark communities, he's not going to be able to build anything that matters. He's just going to keep rehashing the same old clips that they all try to pretend are some big deal, because that's the game they play, right? Destiny goes, you know, they pretend that some clip is some big deal, some horrible clip, and they all pretend back and forth that it's so horrible. They start to believe it. And then you show it to a regular person and they're like, okay, who cares? And especially in a topic like politics where Ethan Klein doesn't know anything. Ethan, there are hundreds of millions of people in the world who don't like Israel. It could be billions. I mean, it's probably in the billions, right? When you add the Arab world up and Latin America and Japan, you know, Israel has like an 80% disapproval rate in Japan right now. China. Like, in fact, I would say the vast majority of human beings on the planet disapprove of Israel. So when you're like, Mike from PA is against Israel, it doesn't work, man. It doesn't work. Anyway, long story short, I can't wait for Content Nuke 2.
It's not healthy. It's not going to change the truth. And it's certainly not going to change people's perceptions of you. So in this process, all you do is basically hurt yourself for seemingly no reason other than hoping that one day magically people will actually recognize where you're coming from, change their entire worldview, and decide, no, you were right all along, actually, Ethan, we were wrong. Like, genuinely amazing how you can see Ian's journey into a better, kinder, more empathetic person to the extent where he took what used to be a vehicle for hate, watching, and turned into a message of disappointment and care about a lost friend with hope for a better future. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think iDubbbz, like the way iDubbbz has changed is so good. And the vibes are shifting, chat. As the fascists double down on their depravity, as they use the state and they flail and they fail more and more and more, that period of time, that 6 to 9 months where the right wingers could go mask off, it's already ending. The vibes are already shifting. People people are now experiencing, like, they lived through woke, right? They lived through the woke period where maybe we were a little bit too sensitive, right? Where people were a little bit annoying, a little bit officious, right? They lived through the woke period, and that was a little bit annoying, right? And now they've lived through the fascist reaction. And I think most people are like, this sucks. I miss woke. Bring back woke. But it's going to be a little bit of a different woke. It's going to be dark woke. It's going to be a meaner woke. We're not going to be the, oh, I believe in abolition and nobody is a bad person. Everybody deserves a second chance. After fascism, we're going to be like, yeah, nah, some people deserve it. Some people should be fucked up. Some people should be suffering. The dark woke it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same Mr. Rogers leftism that we did in 2019. It's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, I don't think people care about that stuff. I don't think Ethan cares about that as well. I don't know how I've been able to, yeah, Hassan controls the media. Pretty sure Hassan commissioned the content. That's funny. I don't know how I've been able to maintain a normal outlook in spite of being a very online individual. I think it quite literally is because I am surrounded by loved ones. I'm surrounded by my family. I'm surrounded by friends, and I go outside quite regularly, and I talk to normies quite regularly. And I think that plays a big role in keeping me grounded. And in any case, the one thing that I believe iDubbbz did here, and I think it's good that he did this, is that stuff like this.
I think it was good that iDubbbz focused on the people who were targeted by Ethan, you know? Like having Frogan and Denims on there, the people that got banned for 30 days, I think it was really nice of him to promote them because they're the ones who really suffered the most from this. You know, somebody like me, I didn't suffer at all. I mean, I got a 2-day ban, but it was during the weekend when I don't normally stream. I think it was really nice of iDubbbz to keep the focus on those people. And like, one of the things that I really like about myself is that when my friends succeed and when my friends have opportunities, I don't have to sit there and go like, why didn't I get this opportunity? Why wasn't I on it? You know, I can, you know, hang out with iDubbbz and Anissa, just become friendlier with them and be supportive. I don't need to be an unhinged, greedy narcissist. That's just weird behavior. It's actually one of the things I hate the most about streaming. Like, this is how I know somebody sucks. I know somebody sucks if I tell them I'm doing well, or if I tell them about an opportunity that I have, and their immediate reaction is to be like, how do I get that? Why wasn't I invited? Like, as soon as I see that, I think that person blows. I think that person sucks shit. I'm like, yeah, fuck you. I don't want to be around you if you're constantly going to be jealous, if you're constantly going to be crab in a bucket mentality. Sometimes your friends just have wins, and you get to celebrate that.
These people the permission structure to also say their piece. Just like when a lot of people, and this is not like the morally equivalent scenario, I'm not saying that at all, but remember when everybody was quiet or oblivious to what Cody Ko had done, and then there was one content creator that came out and made a YouTube video about that specifically, and also simultaneously about calling out other content creators who are friends with Cody Ko that didn't say anything, right? D'Angelo. That actually kickstarted the process.
It's like one of those things where, like, it's so weird that people want me to be in the video, because like I'm a much harsher critic of H3 than almost anybody. And it's like, this is a former friend talking to a former friend. It would be weird of them to immediately go to his harshest critics. You know what I mean? Like, I think it was a legitimate attempt by iDubbbz to reach out, you know? And the fact that Ethan is just seeing it as an attack shows you that he's already off his narcissistic rocker. You know what I mean? Like, give me a fucking break. And you know what I would have said if they said, say something nice about Ethan? Do you know what I would have said? You know what I would have said if I said, say something nice about Ethan? I would say, Ethan Klein, I've always admired your confidence. For example, you told the story of how you proposed to your wife while sitting on the toilet taking a shit and hiding the engagement ring and butt wipes. I could never in a million years have the confidence to humiliate my wife like that and make my entire marriage an object of mockery. For me, marriage is a highly personal thing. It's a covenant between two people that love each other, and I couldn't sully that with a humiliating story like that for money. So I always respected your confidence and your ability just not to care what anybody thinks about you. That's what I would have said. Do you see what I mean? The poop prosel, Poopy Klein. I could never in a million years do that to my wife. The confidence that takes is incredible. And I admire it in a certain type of way.
Other people going, oh my God, I either A, didn't know what the fuck was going on, I'm so sorry, or B, people got the permission or the courage to be able to say something about this. Like when
who is a Central Committee fan who can't afford a sub, the first person to at me gets a gifted sub. Well, there you go, chat. Elite Hacks wants you guys to get a sub.
Someone like iDubbbz comes out and says something about it. Other people go, oh, well, I didn't know what was going on, and now I'm more aware of it.
It looks like one EO Ponkin one, but you're adding me. You're not supposed to at me. You guys, you're supposed to at the guy who was giving free subs. I was just reading the message. You're not supposed to at me. I ain't giving you shit. Slime and B, thank you for the 5 tier ones.
At least he had the balls to watch it live on the spot. This is one of my funniest, one of my favorite types of cope that people have. I would rather have this conversation man to man in front of Ethan. If you think I'm afraid of him, why the f would I actively want to talk to him directly? Like, you guys clearly have to understand, if you're even invested in like the content of it all, even if you care about the blood sport of it all, you have to recognize that I'm willing to go to where he's at and have a conversation directly with him uninterrupted. I've even said I would watch the content nuke side by side with him if that's what it takes. This man is a professional dodger of criticism. Okay, he does not think that there is any criticism, especially at this stage. He does not think that there's any criticism that's valid. He actively runs away from it. He shelters himself from the truth, so much so that it has built enough resentment that people unironically have created secondary communities. You are dumb as hell for not doing this with a nuke. People can go to this to refute the iDubbbz video. You have nothing. Nobody's going to search a 6-month-old VOD on your channel. They would look up a direct response. You reacting to him. react to this, but not the nuke, make you look like a pussy to normies because you can just refuse your live convo. Get over that shit. I like that this dude literally thinks that the only people that actually looked at the context nuke and thought it was valid were dumb babies who have no understanding of any of the things that Ethan talked about, considering that it has been undermined a million times over, and that I would rather have a conversation directly with him, but that's somehow not bravery.
Oh my God, is this true? Is this an actual true story? Is this actually a true story, or is this just a tweet? I think this is, I don't trust current report one. So show me a story of that being actually legitimate. You need to have a higher standard of like belief.
That's actually cowardice.
So it doesn't mean it didn't happen. It's just, I don't know what current report one is.
Yet on an explosion at Northrop Grumman in northern Utah.
This blast at the rocket motor maker blew out the sides of a building today.
Brian Malahi live for us tonight in Promontory. Lots of questions here, Brian, and very few answers.
Yeah, 3 people were inside the structure.
Oh, a hype train chat.
They were able to
yeah.
get out on this sprawling, windy rocket motor site. And this building became see-through in an instant today.
That was not good.
From the ground and from the air, this was not liftoff, but blowout.
It was like a minor earthquake where everything shook for a couple of seconds, and then it was a loud bang noise, and then it stopped quickly.
Angie,
I prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble. And I don't want to be in big trouble.
Nelson, at home miles away in Thatcher, felt the blast and questions potential repercussions.
Noise-wise impact us or physically impact us if there's any chemicals, that would be nice to know.
Another neighbor here thinks Northrop Grumman is safe, that it's invited the community to watch rocket tests and puts out notices when those tests happen. I texted a corporate spokesperson asking today what work was done inside the building, what chemicals were being used, is there an environmental risk after the blast? No responses yet. We don't know what was
Yes. Rocket fuel is some of the most dangerous substances that humans create. Like, rocket fuels could be some of the most dangerous substances we create, period, on the entire planet. Not just like they're toxic, but also cancer causing to the extreme. We're talking about substances that will just kill you dead.
in that building. We don't know what work was done.
I would not be there without a full respirator. And even then, there might be substances that could absorb through your skin. I don't think you should go there. I don't think you should go there at all.
You'd like to know?
Yes, for sure.
Most rocket fuel is methane or hydrogen. This motherfucker just watches internet videos. He doesn't know what he's talking about. This motherfucker has never heard. You've never heard of the real shit. You've never heard of the real shit. Here's an example. Red fuming nitric acid. You motherfuckers know less. You know less than me. Just please. Red fuming nitric acid is a storable oxidizer used as a rocket propellant. It consists of nitric acid and dinitrogen tetroxide and a small amount of water. During World War II, the German military used RFNA in some rockets. Let's see if we can talk about how dangerous it is. I want to give some example of what it does to you. There's another one. And if it ever touches the air, it ignites spontaneously. Look at this good music video. No, I will not. I don't think your music video is good if you're just in my chat linking it.
Have a conversation with him
Let's
directly.
finish this video and then we'll talk more about the explosion.
I should have just piece by piece addressed every single dumb thing that he said so that he could clip my reaction also out of context and then keep presenting it to his audience in the most nefarious ways possible. I'm saying I'm willing to have this conversation in person. It is the greatest way to deal with this issue. He has ran away from it, just like he ran away from Twitter because he's scared that people will call him out. That's why he only attacks people from Instagram stories. And you're over here trying to defend this shit. Meanwhile, everyone with 3.5 brain cells has already recognized what Ethan is doing over and over again.
That link had AI songs generated music. Oh no.
Course of the past 15 months. But no, I'll unban you. Don't worry. Don't worry, big dog. I think you're wrong. You also had this kind of attitude towards Asmin as well, I think, if I remember your username correctly. It's just weird. As a 15-month subscriber, maybe we have a difference in agreement on some of these things.
I gotta pee.
But it's just odd that you constantly find yourself on the weirdest side of every argument. Hey, watch us come in here and say, watch the nuke as if it weren't literally here for every moment that was clipped for that video. Like, brother, we were not here only for the clip. Yeah, I know. The idea that a community like this one, okay, that is already much more aware of what's going on in the world is going to be like, oh my God, Ethan Klein of all people made some really solid points. I didn't realize this guy was a scary, dangerous propagandist. Like, are you that stupid? Why would you actively admit that you're that stupid of a person? Oh, your parasocial recollection of that chatter was correct. They talked about your tweet to Asman back on March 18th. They said it was stupid to call him out. Yeah, I know all my chatters. It's even the dumb ones, okay? Like, I know. He also always masquerades this as like defending me, but weirdly enough, I guess he couldn't take it, so he unfollowed me, only to follow me again just to fucking complain once again. Very strange. But the reality of the matter is there's a lot of fucking weirdos in here, okay? I'm sorry. You know, I love the collective, but some of you individually are not very sane people, okay? This is one of those people. If you put together a well-made YouTube video on the puke like you did for the last banning, people would have an ability to easily see your points. People aren't going to look through 999 hours on a VOZ on a YouTube channels to find context for your clips. Like, I have done this, okay? The only thing I didn't do was take advantage of the algorithmic boost that I would have gotten to do a point-by-point analysis on everything that Ethan Klein had erroneously stated. Because why would I? Why should I? Ethan Klein's extended crash out in the aftermath of the context puke that didn't unfold in the ways that he had envisioned because he's so goddamn narcissistic has already caused him to collapse in and of itself. The arguments were so silly that it basically operated as a filter for people who are completely oblivious to the reality. They looked at that and they went, oh, this is a scary guy, isn't he? And over the course of many, many years of millions and millions of YouTube clicks in the exact same way that Ethan Klein had made the context puke, people have made up their minds. Either they have this opinion over me and one day they will accidentally arrive at the context on their own and realize that they've been duped, or they will carry on that resentment permanently, and there's not much I can do about it. But in the process, if you noticed, this community kept growing. I kept collaborating. I kept working with other people. I kept doing what I always do. I kept fundraising. I kept going to fucking protests, rallies. Perhaps I know what I'm doing. Perhaps if I were to go down at that very moment, when I was in Japan too, of all places, go down this fucking rabbit hole of doing back and forth clips out of context over and over and over again, maybe I'd be at a very different place right now. I guess we'll never know, but I'm very happy with the place that I'm at in the aftermath of the context puke. And the reality of the matter is, Ethan does enough on his own due to his lack of curiosity, due to his inability to comprehend how other people think, due to his inability to see the world to see the world beyond his horse blinders. He already consistently will farm an audience that is looking for outrage, especially against like common enemies, you know what I mean? While also simultaneously, he will keep eroding what made him who he was. He keeps losing what made him Ethan Klein, okay? What made him a lovable character. Let him fall on his own sword if he chooses to do so.
All right, sorry about that, chat. Sorry about that, chat. Holy shit. Can you guys believe it? The H3 content nuke of Hassan Piker is at 3.3 million views with only 227,000 likes. But the content cop, wake up, has now passed 3 million views in 22 hours. The content cop has passed 3 million views and 239,000 likes. So it already has more likes, 12,000 more likes than the content nuke, and the viewers are almost passing it. So within 24 hours, this video may pass. I mean, all I can say is flawless Hasanabi victory. Flawless Hasanabi victory. And it doesn't matter how much people bought or brigade this video. At the end of the day, Ethan Klein and his attempt to own Hassan and destroy, that's what a nuclear weapon does, right? A nuclear weapon is supposed to atomize you. It's supposed to not only kill you, but to turn you into glass. And we can see the difference. Every tick, that number goes down. Every day, every tick, the content nuke recedes in the rearview mirror, and the content cop climbs. Line, go down. Every tick, LMAO, bad choice of words. Every tick. Oh, okay, whatever. I mean, I meant like, what do you think about this? Okay, hold on. Let's talk about some real shit for a second.
Courthouse where we just I'm here in the Leon County Courthouse where we just got done with the first appearance of Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez, who was detained Wednesday in Florida, and he had charges of entering the state as an unauthorized immigrant. However, he is an American citizen. His mother came to the courthouse, showed his birth certificate and his social security number card, and that still wasn't enough to get him released. The judge just said that she was sorry, and the attorney working for the state said that because he had an ICE hold, he couldn't be released, even if the court didn't find probable cause for his arrest. I'm here in the Leon County Courthouse.
So there is now a claim with a reporter, Jackie Lanos, which is with a Florida Phoenix, being posted by Drop Site News, that a U.S. citizen born in Georgia has been arrested for entering Georgia as an unauthorized alien. During a hearing, his mother presented his birth certificate and social security card, but the judge said she had no authority to release him. They say Georgia twice? Yeah, sorry, chat. It's Florida. They made an error. Sorry about that. They said Georgia, but it's Florida. He was born in Florida and arrested in Florida. And there you have it. It's begun. iDubbbz with the positives. This is the thing that really is amazing to me, chat. iDubbbz has had his subscribers go up. That is incredible. Whereas if you look at Ethan Klein, when he posted the content nuke, his subscribers went down 50K. Holy shit. This is monthly gain subscribers. Now, Ethan has been losing about 10K or 20K most months, but after the content nuke, he lost like 80K more. Last 30 days, he's lost 20K. Just crashing. I think that kind of shows you overall the difference in the reception between the two. Oh, we're below 300,000. Woo! When will the contact cop pass the content nuke? What's your guys' over under? Do you think it'll make it to do you think they'll pass? Like how soon? How soon would the content cop pass the content nuke? 6 hours? Yeah, definitely within the next 24. That's the easy bet. Amazing. Ethan seeing this, Ethan watching this. Hold on. Ethan eyes. I like the cube. I like my logo. I might have to add another. I might have to add another source. Hold on. Media file. No, that's video. Media image. Okay. Add an image. Add source. Add a new source. Oh, this will be image. No. Add a new source. Ethan eyes. Professional streaming. This is happening. This is professional stream. Oh! Whoa! Sorry about that, chat. Hold on. Okay. There you go. Let's have a now we can talk. Now we can hang out. Ethan's reaction to Frogan in the content cop. Oh yeah, give me more of your links.
Let it go. Looks like another love TKO.
Another TKO. Oof.
Frogan, what a nightmare. Talk about a jump scare. This man willingly got in a room with Frogan to make a video about how I can't. How is this real? This is like, am I dreaming?
See? They told you to wake up.
I think I do need to wake up. This is surreal. iDubbbz was literally like co-signed Frogan, the girl who said, I hope fucking veterans get PTSD.
Didn't Ethan say something like that himself? Didn't Ethan Klein literally say something like that himself? Like, am I crazy? But I seem to remember, didn't he like literally say something about how troops deserve it? Can someone link me a clip? Because he's such a little bitch. He's such a little fucking bitch.
This content cop?
Okay. But if you want to start watching, you can. I'm listening. Yeah. Whatever you guys want.
Oh, so I can't believe I'm on the phone with a Zionist baby killer.
Fuck, I'm hit.
Right, well, I guess I'll see you when I see you, and you're listening, so you'll know what we end up doing. You're coming here because of this content cop?
Now, she would never drive something as practical as this. She's driving like some sort of like really over the top luxury vehicle. There's no way she's driving like a Volkswagen, okay? Like, let's be real. They're very ostentatious in their displays of wealth. Like, didn't the other day they all like walk out with like their watch collections or some shit? Like, she's not driving a Volkswagen, okay? They can't stop talking about me, Mike.
I know that this is like what Mike from PA says, so I feel a little dirty using this argument, but man, viewership is good today, man. So thank you. Shout out to Ian.
I wasn't gonna say that.
What? Why would you just bring me up for that? Why would you bring me up for that? What? Just say your viewership is good. Why do you have to say this is a Mike from PA argument? What? It's not even my argument. It's just that I'm thanking you. You have helped my audience. And by the way, I don't think you guys have any shooters. I gotta be honest. Like, I don't feel like the H3 heat, it doesn't really exist. In fact, my biggest haters are like people who I yelled at for being rad libs because they said like, like that's the people saying Mike from PP are like radical anarchists. Okay. They're not your fans. You have literally no shooters. Like you have no the only people who really, really hate me are like anarchists and rad libs, not your fans. You guys have nothing. And right, the anarchists and rad libs who don't like me, they're probably right. But that being said, I want to declare a no punch left policy. I'm really going to try to do a no punch left policy. I want to create like the no enemies on the left. Like I really, really, really want to make that a movement. I know we can't, and it's impossible because liberals are not left and they constantly try to ingratiate themselves in there. But no enemies on the left. I really want that to be a thing that we do. Anyway, what was I saying? Mike SCOTUS taking up the argument about the admin on birthright. They're gonna lose. They're gonna lose. They're gonna lose. It's the plain text of the 14th Amendment. They're going to lose. The thing is, though, is Trump gonna listen to the Supreme Court? Can we stop conflating the left and libs? I don't think liberals are left. But the problem is, where do you draw the line? Are social democrats left? Are social liberals left? Are democratic socialists left? Are centrist Marxists left? Are Marxist Leninists left? Are anarchists left? There's a lot of different flavor of anarchists. Like, that's the thing. You have to draw a line somewhere, and everybody has a different opinion about where the line is. My line is probably more to the right than most of yours. But I'll give you an example of someone who's not on the left. Gretchen Whitmer, Andy Bashir, Tim Walz. Those are examples of people that are not on the left. Hassan be punching left at MLs? When? I find that very unlikely. Bro, he likes me. Like, come on. Hassan goes on liberal podcasts and goes, you should watch the Central Committee stream. Like, do you know how funny that is? Well, most of you don't even know what Central Committee means, which is part of the fun. Part of the fun is that people don't even know what Central Committee means, which is very funny to me. But you know what? We're just going to continue to keep going. This guy didn't identify himself as an ICE agent because he isn't an ICE agent. He is the founder of Veterans on Patrol, a far-right militia that patrols the border looking for migrants. They're deputizing far-right militias to act as federal agents. Oh, this is actual SA shit. Is this true? Is this actually true? This is something that we need to look into. Anyway, oh yeah, Northrop Grumman facility exploded. We should watch this from the beginning because we lost track of it.
Yet on an explosion at Northrop Grumman.
Mike, I'm not college educated. I learned everything from the internet. I need you guys for education. I'm willing to read, though, as much as I can. Basically, Central Committee means the Central Committee typically of a party. Usually a communist party, sometimes a socialist party, very rarely a liberal party. But they do exist. There are some Democratic parties that have Central Committees.
Need a little bit more of that Michigan grit and values in Washington. We've got to fight back hard against Trump and Musk with a hell of a lot more than paper paddles and broken promises. They're not the disease, they're just the worst symptom. The disease is the corruption of our politics by billionaires and corporations. While the workers who built this country are forgotten. They've left us with trade deals that have rotted out our towns and robbed our children of their dreams. Students are being snatched off the streets while our democracy crumbles. And the politicians don't do anything. That's what's un-American. Here in Michigan, we build. So let's build a bold vision of a government that works for all of us, for healthcare, housing, an economy that includes all of us. My name might be different, but our fight is one and the same, and it's as American as it gets. I'm Dr. Abdul, I'll say it, and I'm running for U.S. Senate. Let's go.
What a king. What a king.
An all-American.
He is... Virginia Democrats say Spanberger for Virginia will be their nominee for governor. Nobody else filed? At least she's out of Congress. At least she's out of Congress. Jesus Christ, Virginia. Come on. Oh, yeah. This is the first Sanders endorsement in a primary since his fighting oligarchy rally started. Recruiting new progressive candidates is one of his goals. El Sayed, a Medicare for All advocate, says Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. See what I mean, chat? This is why, as much as I have criticisms about Bernie Sanders, a lot of the people that he supports are better than him. And that, to me, is actually good. That's an important point. And so supporting a pro-Gaza Medicare for All doctor who has real experience and is not just a kook, and put Gretchen Whitmer, he took her to the wire. So it's really exciting that he's running. I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to do it. Why the fuck hasn't he endorsed Zoran? Here's my personal take on the Zoran endorsement. I think they're going to wait until May when the endorsement will get more normies who are paying. Normies are not paying attention yet. Normies are not paying attention yet. So I think they're building the motion a little bit. Let them build some motion, and they're going to drop their endorsements closer when normies are paying attention to help them the most. I also think he's going to endorse Brad Lander as well. Sorry, but Brad Lander has a lot of friends, and so it's just they're going to be like rank Zoran and Brad Lander, but because there's ranked choice voting, it's important that everybody ranks and don't rank Cuomo. Needs to be a message as well. So like one of the problems with ranked choice voting is sometimes people don't coalesce around one figure, which can make it a little muddled. But Zoran is already surging. And just, you know, let him cook. Let him cook. I'm not going to like freak out yet because the timing, let them figure the timing out. I'll be furious if they don't. But the main message people need to be hearing in New York is don't rank Cuomo. Don't rank Cuomo. How does Lander compare to Zoran? He's fine. He's fine. Well, you know, Zoran is way better. Wow. Since we started this, 50,000 more views net for the content cop. Holy shit. All right. Did you see that Cuomo forgot to do paperwork for his campaign finances? Of course he did. I mean, he just gets all his money from billionaires. Why would he need to have a finance? I'm upcoming Indonesian shrimp farmer. Do you have, okay, first of all, you don't shrimp, I mean, unless you have, I don't know why you would make farms for shrimp in Indonesia unless you mean shrimp fishermen, but maybe Indonesia has shrimp farms that I'm not, I don't know. Anyway, reading your thing. PRX has told me to move my farm to a Polish swamp, but I feel that would be suboptimal. Yeah, I don't think shrimp grow well in Poland. God, this is so cool. The amount of times they mentioned me is crazy.
Mike from PA is not here. It's fucking brilliant, dude.
Wait, is this what they do now? Every time they watch a video, if I'm not in the video, it's brilliant? Like, what? What? I'm watching this video and there's no mic in it. How much of my content are they watching? Hello, super fans. What the fuck is going on? Legitimately obsessed. I'm kind of feeling a little bashful. Let me play this for them.
Klein, you are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein, defender of genocide, helping small creators grow a larger size. In 2025, promoting the left side. Denims, B and Frogan, Hasanabi and Mike. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
Oh, what a bop, dude. What a fucking bop. That's so good. Thank you, Ethan Klein. Thank you, Ethan Klein. There will be a free Palestine. There is nothing you could do. It's only a matter of time. Thank you, Ethan Klein. It's only a matter of time. I'm gonna shake you. I'm gonna shake you, Ethan. It's gonna be a free Palestine, Ethan. Sorry, I got a little sniffly there for a second. Sorry about that, chat. Let's play a little bit of Bad Empanada.
Another hospital. Let's talk about that. And now they have changed their story. Now, like, the bombing of hospitals has become so accepted that they openly announce that they did it. They take credit for it now, like in the way that terrorist groups take credit for attacks. And just before we get going here, I want to emphasize here that everyone's favorite moron, Ethan Klein, justified the Israeli bombing of hospitals, saying that it was provoked. And that sort of rhetoric that people like him make to justify this is why it can happen. That is straight up pro-hospital bombing propaganda, in which he tries to remove the blame for bombing hospitals onto the victims of the bombing. I went over this last week, but I will show the clip again for old time's sake and because it's relevant, obviously.
I feel like this is a force that's going to help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages and underground and like sending, just continuing to provoke Israel to attack them and putting fucking like military complexes under
complexes under hospitals. Like, Jesus Christ, we got so literally a week after he said that, this is what happens. Israel brazenly bombs a hospital, the last operational hospital in North Gaza. Israel destroyed like the surgery and intensive care department of the last remaining operational hospital in North Gaza, in Gaza City. The article states that when the bombing of hospitals was still taboo in October 2023, Israel denied bombing Al-Ahli Arab Hospital. This time, Israel claims it targeted a Hamas command and control center at the hospital and has provided no evidence. Now, the reason why Israel bombs hospitals is because it's conducting a genocide. Okay? When you're conducting a genocide, you're trying to make a place unlivable. You're trying to kill as many people there as you can in order to induce anyone who remains into leaving so that you can then take over the territory, which is what they want to do here. The reason why you bomb hospitals is quite simple. So that people there can't receive medical care for the injuries that you impose upon them, to make the place even further unlivable than you're already making it. That's why they do this. Ethan Klein obviously justified this a week before they bombed another hospital. This is blood, quite literally, on the hands of him and every other propagandist like him who spreads these literal hospital bombing enabling narratives. So this is a hospital run by the Baptist Church, which Israel claimed has a command and control center under it, struck by bombs, put out of service. They do this basically every week. They bomb a hospital intentionally and they don't even try to hide it anymore. They just say, yeah, we did it because
they destroyed the Baptist hospital. Israel used to have like a little bit more fear of bombing like the Turkish hospital and the Baptist hospital. Now they just bomb. They bomb everything. They bomb everything. They don't care. They don't care if it's a Christian hospital. They don't care if it's a, Turkish hospital. They, if you're servicing Palestinians, you're an enemy. Ethan was deeply picking his nose. Oh, God. How is this my enemy? Can you not judge me by my enemy for a second? I swear, I have better enemies than this. I swear. I swear. Please don't judge me by my enemies, okay? Can you not? Can you not? I guess he was watching a lot of Sam Hyde, right? He's watching a lot of Sam Hyde.
An extraordinarily funny guy. Now I'll say Sam is an extraordinarily funny guy that inspired me a lot when I was coming up. But he's also like, he's just a little crazy. That's, and also like extremely right wing and potentially a Nazi as well.
Potentially a Nazi.
Can someone explain to me what they're laughing at? Like, can someone explain to me what's funny? Is it that he was lying to his audience? Are they doing Duper's Delight? Oh, this is something, chat, that you should be aware of. We've been talking about things that you should do when you're evaluating someone speaking to you. The other thing is, if somebody laughs inappropriately, that is a very large sign that they're a liar. Like, if they're saying something and then they laugh and it doesn't make sense, like it's an inappropriate laugh and you don't really get it, you're like, why were they laughing there? The answer is they were experiencing what's known as Duper's Delight. Sociopaths, when they lie to you, they often get positive dopamine release. They oftentimes, it's pleasurable for a sociopath to trick you and manipulate you. So when they're lying, they oftentimes will smile inappropriately or even laugh inappropriately. And so when, I guess, Ethan Klein decided to, I don't know, soft pedal Sam Hyde's Nazism and the fact that he's also a rapist pedophile, he was lying to his audience, and Dan thought it was funny how they were tricking their audience into liking Sam Hyde the Nazi. By the way, he cares about anti-Semitism on Twitch. Yeah, he pretends to care about anti-Semitism, says the guy who donated to the legal fund for undeniable Nazi website is a funny guy. Yeah, Sam Hyde gave a lot of money to the Stormfront, which is a famous neo-Nazi website to help them stay up. Potentially a Nazi, Sam donated $5,000 to the Daily Stormer legal fund. He also dated and abused an underage girl. It's wild that Ethan was foaming at the mouth to call Noah a pedo, but says nothing about this. I think he was calling him a rapist as well. Bald Hezbollah giggling in the background. Yeah, Dan. This is why, you know, personally, chat, I think it's bad for him to defend the crew at this point. You know, some of them are worse than others. That's definitely true. But it's like, come on, guys. Come on.
Because it's a Hamas hospital. That's all there is to it. This is the same hospital that they already bombed infamously on 17th October 2023, which they justified with the exact same Hamas hospital narrative that Ethan Klein used there. So yeah, what else is there to say? Unfortunately, we are well past the point of where me talking about this really does anything. It doesn't do shit. Like, I'm informing you, okay, great. The awareness is raised. What does that do? Nothing. The time for action was literally at the beginning of this. No action has been taken. There's no more awareness left to raise. Everyone's aware. Nothing's happening. That's all there is to it. Now you know that Israel bombed another hospital and they're just openly owning it now as a point of pride. They're not even trying to deny it anymore. Now it's like, yep, we did that. Yep. And we'll do it again. And yeah, what else is there to say about that? You're aware of it and you will do nothing with that information. People way more powerful than you with way more capacity to act than you won't do anything with that information either. Basically, the world has agreed to allow this genocide to happen. The world has agreed to sort of ignore it or support it and just accepted it. And that is the cold hard fact. There's no more awareness left to raise here.
And it's important that Ethan Klein defended bombing hospitals just last week.
For one friend to say, no, I agree with you. I agree. Who's not one of the sycophants? Because all the people that agree are robots. It's internet robots. It's people that are Nazis. Who agrees with you, Ethan? Who agrees with you today? 7 Nazis. 7 known Nazis agree with me. 7 known, respected for their Nazi talking points. Nazis love what I said. The Nazis came out and they said, fuck Ethan Klein, that Jew fucking, he's spitting. That Jew Ethan Klein is spitting. These fucking Nazis seem to love me. What about my friends? My old friends, the people I relied on, the people I've stood by. They said you're wrong. They said, look, you got brains on your foot. You're hopscotching through the fucking dead bodies of children, Ethan. Ethan.
I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, that's just the reality of it. That's the reality of it. And chat, the content cop is gaining. It's already passed in likes. It's already passed in likes. Okay? Like, it's already happened. Like, there's already more likes for the content cop than there is for the content nuke. Already. And the views, ladies and gentlemen, I think that the content cop may pass the content nuke in 24 hours. The top post on the H3 sub yesterday was Keem Crown. It'll be so funny when Destiny just declares himself a Nazi once and for all. It'll be very funny when he finally does. I predicted that he would be against the next Democratic nominee that isn't Joe Biden. Like that, I made that prediction 3 years ago. I'm making it again today. Destiny will not support the next Democratic nominee for president. They were posting props to Keemstar and Dan Saltzman. Oh, fuck, that's awesome. Like, my reaction to that is to just laugh. Yeah, I saw that, Delta Frost. I saw that. Yeah, it's pretty gross. And all of this is happening, chat, in the backdrop where Israel's critics are being deported. Now, Ethan Klein, has he said a word about these deportations? Has he called or done anything to defend the free speech of the people that protested Israel? No, I get the gallows humor, but like, I also don't know. I guess I'm too autistic for the Daily Show, which is a lot. That's saying a lot. Where it's just like, how is this funny? He's putting an innocent father in a death camp. What's funny about this? Shouldn't we be mad? Shouldn't we be fucking grabbing our own guns and our placards and our bulletproof vests and our bullhorns? What's so fucking funny? I don't get it.
Now,
I get that laughing is fun and pleasurable. I like to laugh. I get what is attractive about laughing and wanting to laugh. It's like wanting to eat a tasty meal. I want to eat food that tastes good. Donald Trump. I agree that CNN was reckless, but let's be honest about what is happening here. Trump represents a formal fascist movement within the United States. The Republican Party is no longer democratic. If he is allowed to take power again, there is absolutely no telling what may happen. If you don't think someone who thinks like this would steal an election, you're helpless. The Republican Party has become an authoritarian fascist party. It's just that simple. It just ain't just Trump. You can't work across the aisle with this. Take a look at the senior police and law enforcement officials that stand firmly behind Trump as he spouts fascist rhetoric. This is why the police needed to be reformed. What did the Biden and Harris admin do? Give these guys more money.
Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals. The Democrats say, please don't call them animals.
I mean, it was easy for me to see. The problem is that the Democratic Party was bending over backwards to scream how they wanted a strong Republican Party. How the fever will break. They just said it again. I want you to understand something, chat, is that these fucking centrist Democrats are also on the fascist team. You understand that? That it's a bipartisan fascism. That's the crisis we're in. Is that the Democratic Party base, the voters, they see it. But the people they vote for, the Democratic politicians they vote for, are collaborators. And that is the crisis we're in. We have a collaborator party and a fascist party, and we have no opposition whatsoever. I don't know what to say.
In Ukraine, kids as young as 10 are getting combat ready. As fighting with Russia drags on, secret military camps across the country are teaching kids the art of war, including how to shoot pistols, rifles, and even machine guns.
Я знаю, я не боюся. Я вже була і пораненою, і витягувала, і все робила.
Ukrainians realize the war may continue for many years, and they want to be prepared. Today's children may just be tomorrow's soldiers. The camps take that idea to heart with a rigorous schedule.
The hardest part is physical exercises at 6 a.m. because you go to bed at 2 a.m. and you sleep 4 hours. You need to run 3 circles, do some push-ups, some exercises, and then all day you won't sleep, won't eat.
But not all Ukrainians think these camps are a good idea. They say kids should be kids, not trained as soldiers for future battles.
Деякі батьки бояться віддавати нам дітей, тому що вони думають, що відразу після цього вони підуть там у військо. Саме ми вчимо дітей не вбивати і не готуємо з них військовими. Ми вчимо їх захищатися. Вчимо їх таким дисциплінам, які допоможуть їм вижити в умовах війни.
But that doesn't mean some of these kids don't plan on enlisting when they are of age. This 14-year-old plans to join the fight when she turns 18.
They think I'm their little girl, I can be a fighter, I can be a soldier, and I'm just saying I will get killed for my country, I will get injured for my country.
And it's the choices I've made. They just don't understand it.
Can you imagine Donald Trump dying for America? Or any of his brood? Or any of Elon Musk? Sound alarm over Trump admin's Real ID rollout. I've had a Real ID for years. What the fuck? You unconscientious fucks? It's like, shit, I might need a new passport. I'm running out of stamp spaces. Conservatives are speaking out against the Donald Trump administration's plans to fully enact long-expected Real ID laws in a bid to crack down on illegal immigration. If you think Real ID is about election integrity, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Someone has lied to you or you're engaged in wishful thinking. Please don't shoot the messenger, says Tom Massey. It's the mark of the beast. It's the mark of the beast, but think about it. What if Elon Musk was the beast? It wouldn't be so bad. You're only allowed... Think about it. Is the beast so bad? What? That was a mistranslation in the Bible. It's good to have the mark of the beast. Think about it. Think about it. You hate charity anyway. That Jesus guy, Christ guy, was a communist. The beast is more your vibe. They're all made of gold. Solid gold. And look at the whore of Babylon. She's hot. She's right out of Central Casting, the whore of Babylon. I've had a turn. You should have a turn with the whore of Babylon. She's the sexiest whore. They call her Gorilla Grip. And let me tell you, she grabbed my mushroom.
President Trump exhibits excellent physical health.
The report says he's 6'3", 224 pounds.
What is this? Ethan Klein's weigh in? Not the 6'4" part. The thing is probably part of the reason why he's not dead. Like, which sucks to say, but golfing is probably the reason he's not dead. He walks around, he's outside in the fresh air, you know, moving around. Even though he's on the cart, still, he's exercising a little bit. He's getting some steps in. Like, unironically, golf probably kept him alive at this point, which we should listen to China and ban golf courses. China... The Chinese Communist Party is trying to take the golf courses to build affordable housing. The Chinese Communist Party, they keep trying to take the golf courses in Hong Kong and turn them into affordable housing. And it's a big fight. It's a big fight. And on an autumn afternoon at the Hong Kong Golf Club, hundreds of dogs, pugs, Pomeranians, Shiba Inus, strolled the verdant grounds with their owners in tow, enjoying rare access to the range, which charges new membership fees of $2 million. The Hong Kong Golf Club has been fighting a government proposal to carve out less than 1/5 of its 172 acres of land and redevelop it for public housing. The open day for dogs was an effort by the club to rally public support to the club members' cause in a city known for its soaring inequality and acute shortage of affordable homes. Hong Kong's government has come under pressure from Beijing to reduce the wealth gap, in line with the Chinese leader Xi Jinping's promises of common prosperity. But the land dispute puts a picturesque display of the tensions between Hong Kong's attempts to redistribute wealth and the interests of the elite, whom the government has long relied upon for support. The city's business leaders may be aligned with CCP's rulers, but many are also stubbornly protective of Hong Kong's capitalist wealth and are members of the exclusive club. Why do people care this much about content creator drama? Go back to People magazine. Because I don't know if you're stupid or anything, but Ethan Klein, this isn't content creator drama. This is a political fight disguised as content creator drama. So like Hassan and all these other content creators, myself, whatever, we're advocating in favor of Palestine, making political shows. And Ethan Klein is trying to deplatform us and open us up to government repression to silence us because we talk about Palestine and the fact that Israel is committing a genocide. So it's interpersonal drama, but it's also us drawing our communities together to fight back against a deplatforming attempt by a Zionist extremist. It's not like I'm just fighting Ethan Klein because I don't like the cut of his jib. I'm fighting against Ethan Klein because he is actually and truly dedicated to the genocide of the Palestinian people by silencing their advocates in America. And like he may say that what's going on to Palestinians is bad, and that's great. But his action is 5. But I'm not going to try to explain the higher dimensions to you people. Last time we did a physics explanation when I was talking about relativity, so many people were yelling at me that I don't even want to try to explain it. Okay? You couldn't handle relativity. We're not going to talk about fifth dimension. Okay?
5. He is a god who has created.
You were. All right, well, thank you everybody for coming to my reaction stream for the day. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for all the support. We'll be back here 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. I'm going to send you guys, gals, non-binary pals over to VO. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Stay safe out there. Solidarity forever, my friends. And of course, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine! Ah! From the river to the sea.